君のことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまない。そっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね。
But he's gonna do.
It's the beginning of the end of the Pick Your Poison split, as I like to call it, because it is truly a pick and play style. We are in week 3 of round 1, a split 3 here with the LTA South, and I am very excited to open up this week. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rift, which is RandomMinionCaster. We will be your casters for this amazing matchup, which may or may not have some very interesting implications with it abound. RMC, are you ready?
Well, Orbital, hell yeah, I'm ready. And I love your pick your poison analogy here, because I've been told some poisons don't taste that bad. Apparently, cyanide tastes like almond. Please don't try it at home. But it is it is the end, unfortunately, of the pick and play sort of style. This is the last week before we move into the elimination phase. So things matter a lot. Seeding matters, and nothing is locked, Orbital. So to start this weekend off, we've got a battle near the top of the table where Furia picked their poison. Yeah, you heard right. Furia was the lower seeded team in this matchup. We've got Furia at 4th seed up against Kate Stars, currently sitting tied first with Pain Gaming.
And it's so weird to say that in more ways than one. I mean, Vivo Kate Star is doing very, very well so far, winning their opening series. I believe it was 2-1, and then they moved into week number 2. They won it out 2-0. If I'm taking a look, it was against Leviathan and Loud, both of the matchups. Maybe a little bit easier in person than we originally thought, but I mean, they are sitting at the top of the table, so we have to give them credit for what credit is for. Furia on the flip side, though, they had a little bit tougher. They chose some different opponents, and Pain really gave them a run for their money, which brings us to today's matchup. That's why we're so excited, and specifically with these two mid laners, Miru as well as Tuts. These two are quite exciting to kind of figure out if they're going to lead their team to victory here on the day.
For sure. And before we dive further into the specific matchups and the player matchups, let's talk a little bit about format, because we mentioned pick and play is ending and we're moving to elimination format. So elimination format is kind of simple. It's a different name, but it's effectively like the old playoff system. Top 4 start in the upper bracket. They have an extra life. It's double elimination for them. Bottom 4 will be playing a single elimination from the lower side of the bracket. And it kind of matters today between these two teams, because Furia is currently set at 4th. If they lose, they could fall to the lower bracket, which is kind of dicey, depending on how things go. And remember, it's the last match these two teams have. Kate Stars tied for first. First seed matters a lot, because pick and play still happens in the elimination phase. But instead of the lower seeded teams picking, it's now the higher seeded teams picking. So we have first seed going into the elimination phase. You get to pick your opponents from sort of your side of the bracket. So first seed gets picked between 2, 3, and 4. And if you should happen to fall to the lower bracket as first seed, fingers crossed, knock on wood, doesn't happen. But if it does, you still get to pick your opponents in the lower bracket. So the higher your seed, the better it is for you.
Very, very important to make sure to get your seating in, and keep in mind we have a lot of amazing games throughout this entire weekend. It's not only today and not only this matchup, we have a secondary match later on today as well as tomorrow. 2 other amazing matches to round out that top 8, or the only 8 teams that we will see throughout the round 2. Of course, before all that, we do have to just dive on in. We mentioned a little bit about the key matchup that we are looking at, but the players seem more than ready to dive into this BO3 with some of the players on your screen right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing Tatu there, a little bit eager. Of course, we have the 2 sort of promotions coming to this match, or into this year. The 2 most hyped was Tatu, who you saw on the screen. On the other side, it was actually Morteus, who we're going to see shortly right after Trimby there. And welcome back, Trimby. Trimby wasn't able to play last week, but he's back this week, making this matchup more exciting. But Orbital, you were telling me a little bit before this about how, yeah, Kate Stars, have really performed incredibly well this year. I think above what a lot of people were expecting. This split, pardon me, and the big change this split they made was in the mid lane. Tuts and Miru, the mid lane matchup. Miru was formerly from Isurus Estral. In fact, the team that actually took out Kate Stars last split.
And it was one of the rougher matchups that I think we've seen. Very specifically, VKS had a tough time in there, lost 3-0 to Furia, and Furia were on a warpath at that time. But you can take a look here. Miru and Tuts, both of them having exceptional prowess in that mid lane, leading their team to exceptional value. Now, granted, Miru lending themselves to the second highest DPM here inside of the LTA South, but on the flip side, for Furia, I mean, Tuts doing quite well in their own, making sure to really play as part of the team.
Yeah, you can see very comparable stats for the most part. And the fact that Tuts actually has a higher damage share, I think, tells you a lot about how important he is for the way Furia play. But overall, we are right into picks and bans with Cade on the blue side, hovering a bit of a Nunu. And I think that has to do with Scamber a little bit. There's an interview with Scamber where he was talking a little bit about Nunu. Potentially, I think he was trolling a little bit at the pick. I unfortunately don't speak Portuguese, so somebody can confirm that in chat. But yeah, it was just kind of a nod towards Scamber, who's no longer on the stage.
Yep. Yeah, of course, but we are diving right on in. As you said in game number 1, VKS on the blue side, Furia on the red. Already some bans coming out, the Talia, the Wukong, and that Sivir, really making sure to take out some of that playmaking. On the flip, though, for Furia, you go ahead and take away that Azir, that Pantheon, and the Varus. Mainly for Miru, that Azir has always been kind of that, really, we don't want to give that to you. It makes sense. But of course, the flip side, that is a Gwen, and then immediate snap up of the Aurora plus the Yunara. Yunara, of course, entering in and seeing some play at the same time. Some teams still trying to juggle if it's actually worth it to pick up that ADC.
Yeah, and Yunara is a very interesting champion. She's a great hyper scaler, so kind of in the vein of like the Sivers, like the Jinxes, things like that as well. So no wonder we're seeing high prio in a meta that hyper carries are doing well in. But she's got a little bit of utility on her own. She's also got a little bit of a dash that kind of gives her a bit of that safety. The interesting thing to me is that she's not a traditional AD carry. She's actually an AP carry. She scales off magic damage. So when you pick her, it opens your draft up to a bit more physical damage coming up from other roles. But we're already seeing the Aurora. So for Furia, I want to see some physical damage to start coming through.
And well, if we're talking about that AP scaling, we go back to one of the OGs that used to build a lot more of the AP building. It's the Kaisa to roam on in, and not only that, be matched with the J4, which we kind of skimmed over, having that great lockdown, having that great engage tool, but now it's matched on the other side as well with that Xin Zhao, which makes sense. You go ahead, lock in the junglers, you lock in the ADCs, and you potentially, I say that with all the love of my heart, the top lane matchup of the Gwen Aurora. Now, we haven't seen Aurora go top in, I want to say, a fair bit of time, and if I remember correctly, Gigo has a little bit of a chance, but I'm figuring that Aurora's going in the mid lane for Tuts there.
Yeah, interestingly, Gigo is one of the top laners who kind of didn't touch Aurora very much, was not crazy about her, I guess, in the top side. So it has been much more a Tuts champion to come through, but I wouldn't be surprised if we can see it flexed up there. Now, for K-Stars, they're still looking for support and mid lane. Furia, a little bit less certain. It's support for sure, and one of the solo lanes. And they're thinking it might be an Aurora top, as we do see the Annie ban come through from K-Stars.
Here's the deal. Listen, we know the Nautilus is dancing their heart out, but the only dance here on the bench so far, Nautilus is banned out by the side of Furia, and so they say we don't want to deal with that engage, because you can already see what VKS are looking for. They're already looking for that type of all-in. Doesn't matter who we catch, we're catching someone, we're taking them out. It makes sense for VKS. Like you said, it's the same thing. The Orianna, not Aurora, I just was talking about that. The Orianna is banned out here, so it's a touch of the support plus the mid. What do VKS decide to go to? They already banned out the Annie. You can see some of the faces on there going, hey, do we really want to focus this? Do we really want to deal with that? Shrimby's like, maybe we do. And they do focus on that bot lane. It is going to be the Karma banned out here.
Yeah, Karma having a lot of utility, not just with the sort of AD carry matchup or the poke she can lay down in lane, but also just with bruisers and keeping them alive. The mobility to be able to kite back is going to be huge. When already most of these champions for Furia have ways to get out of that Cataclysm. But Furia, it is likely to be Gigo taking the Aurora into the top lane as the Rise gets locked. And I feel like Rise, even more so than Aurora, that's not a champion that does well into the top side, into the Gwen especially, who can kind of just run you down and win a lot of those extended trades. So K-Stars, what option do they want to go with? Their draft right now is still pretty flexible. You've got split push, you've got dive threat, you've got team fighting, and it looks like they want to index a little bit more into that 5v5 team fight with the Victor Hover.
I mean, they lock it in as well. So far, the Victor has not had the greatest results. As you can see, 8 and 12 across the games that they've currently played, but it does round it out nicely. Again, as we said, the game plan, the game identity, the team composition, it makes sense for the side of K-Stars. Now, a big other side is you do have to imagine the Rise and the Aurora at this point. Both of them don't fare well into that top side match. So if you want to send the Rise up to the top side, you could. There are theoretical ideas there. But for VKS, the idea still stays the same. Maybe not the Nautilus, but it's close enough. You bring in the Rel, decent play style, and at this point can still bring that engage. But I like that solid lock-in at the end. You say, listen, you're going to dive us, you better dive each other.
Yeah, it's an interesting adaptation, especially in the LTA South. We pretty much see Renata exclusively with Kalista back in the day, and now that Kalista is not meta, I'm glad we're still seeing Renata come through. She's really good at disengage, and for Furia, this is not a typical LTA South team where we just kind of go, okay, we will team fight you to the death. We will just chance check. No, Furia is actually going to try some counterplay, stop the engages coming through from Cade. It's a much higher threshold for execution for the side of Furia if they do mess up. If Cade starts to fight any engage whatsoever, everybody's just going to dog pile onto it. It's very simple for Cade. For Cade, basic strategy, and I think it fits their identity this split, especially since Miru has come in. The Victor doesn't fit Miru, I'll say that much. Miru, great mechanical player. I'd love to see him on a champion with much more skill and expression. But the Victor fits how they want to play, because right now, this split, Cade actually topped the charts in terms of kills per game. They are the bloodthirstiest team, 19.8 kills average per game. So they love to scrap, they love to fight, and this team composition was built to do just that.
And that's terrifying to think about. As you mentioned, Miru maybe rounding things out in a little bit of a different status, but so far has shown that no matter what champion you place them on, they are going to be able to do some work. And game one can really set the tone for how this matchup plays out. So for the second seed and the fourth seed to either improve their standing or bring it even closer in a tie position, we are underway with game number one. Vivo Cade Stars versus Furia here to open up our weekend. You can go ahead and see a lot of the fans in there. Cade getting some rep in there. Not only that, the clappers in there enjoying the thundering boom. We get a featured matchup at least on stage so far as we load onto the Rift.
Yeah, and in the skybox, we see Tuts and Miru, our highlighted matchup into this mid lane, and it's I don't think the draft necessarily facilitates the best matchup we could hope for. Victor, not a champion kind of known for doing a lot on his own, right? Like, he's more about that team fighting, about that chaos storm, and you know, having other people help him lock down the opponents. And Rise doesn't really get to play the game till he gets 2 items. I'm always shocked when I see Rise kind of start winning out the laning phase. So again, skill expression champion, not exactly.
No, but it's scaling in there. It's not bad. You got the phase rush to work your way in. Mirror, of course, is going with the ever so standard Comet. And the most surprising fact is you were talking about AD damage. Well, the only AD that we're actually seeing is coming out of Tatu. So for Furia, they actually indexed heavily into the AP side. And then they said, Jojo, hey, good luck. Bring the AD damage by turning the J4 and the Kaisa against the opponents. And I mean, that's tricky at that point. That's a lot banking on that Renata Glass.
On the not so bright side, I guess for both these teams, neither of them are truly running tanks, right? So you've got the J4 on the side of Cade Stars. He's the only person who's going to build even vaguely tanky whatsoever. And even then, he wants to go bruiser route. So I'm not expecting to see too much magic resistance coming through from Cade Stars, so I think Furia will be fine. For Furia's side too, they also don't really have a true tank. So Cade's damage profile matters a little bit less in terms of how they want to spread. But they do have also a pretty magic heavy spread coming through. Kaisa does a pretty mixed amount of damage between physical and magic, and with the Victor, with the Gwen, both teams are actually kind of skewing towards magic damage.
And it's just one of those moments that actually makes me very happy. Makes me breathe a sigh of relief, as I'm a mid lane player by trade, and I hate seeing double AP. I said this before on other broadcasts, but like, it feels so easy to build against AP. The MR just stacks very, very neatly. There's only so many magic pen items in there. So it's nice to see that both teams are going to be more in the offensive side than in the defensive. Someone's going to yell at me for that, but please, like, I play Xerath. I play Vygar. Like, bro, let me just blow people up by pressing R. That's all I want to do here.
It's funny too, because like, the burst damage from Furia isn't even coming from the mid lane, right? So it's Kigo who's going to feel the pinch if we see that magic resistance come through. There's enough sustained damage, magic damage from both teams, that I think it should be fine. They probably won't have the orbital experience this game. We're going to see how it goes. For now, though, we are already seeing heavy trades come through. Furia actually able to push up in every single lane, and I think that's kind of what we expected to see. Furia, throughout Split 2, even in their international performances, have had really solid laning phases, and they're arguably one of the best in LTA South right now. And so it feels like it's on Desamis a little bit to try and crack things open. Tatu's more than happy to power farm on Sinjao, one of my personal pet peeves, but he'll get away with it. Whereas if Desamis is just trying to power farm on J4, his lanes are going to be feeling it shortly.
And I wonder because we actually see an early invade coming out of Desamas who is just a beat behind. It looks like considering Tatsu actually covered a majority share of the angle, both of them are actually going to full clear on their ends. But the deep wards on either end is right in line with what you're talking about, right? Desamas and Tatu trying to either power farm or get vision on each other, but this
Wow.
early recall coming out of Tuts is starting to bear fruit here. Miru getting chunked out, which also means that Desamas, who was in the area, is not going to be able to be matched. This could be a tower dive though, so Desamas recognizing that, hey, I don't want to be there, but what a stab in the world. The talons of the eagle strikes hard, and that's Tatsu with first blood.
Lore-wise, it's funny to me that that happened because Xinjiao is like one of the commanders of the Demacian army, right? And J4 is supposed to be the prince of Demacia. And Tatu basically just, this Xinjiao just taunted his prince. Just went in, got the early kill, nice and clean. Tatu and Tuts, we were just talking about how Desamas needs to get on the board. It's Tatu who moves first. It's Tatu who gets a lead, and that TP from Tuts paying massive dividends.
Yeah, we got to give credit to Tuts. When we saw that early recall, we were kind of sitting there wondering, and yes, it's within the realm of our Rise to recall that early, get the tier and everything like that, get it stacking, but to be able to force out Miru that well, and we get to see it here. Look at this connection each time. The spell swing you were talking about it's not burst, it's just sustained AP.
Yeah, and even the dive as well. That had a lot of sort of confidence and trust in each other because Tuts knew he couldn't finish this. Gravity Fields comes down, and you're trusting Tatu to get that combo off. And Tatu, as a player, ever since even before when he was in CBLOL Academy, he was never afraid to flash under turret, to make those risky plays. And more often than not, it pays off. We're seeing Trimby now rotate through the mid lane, both supports really, as Jojo is there to back Tuts up. And we're going to see the lane swap come through from K-Stars. Morteus already in that top lane, waiting for Trimby to join him.
Of course, still just annoyances around, but I like the fact that you did call out this very early lane swap position. But of course, for Furia, you're saying no worries. We'll go ahead, lay down our own vision, deny other side, and first dragon, of course, being the Chemtech, not exactly the most sought after solo dragon, so we'll stay up until someone deems it a decent go for. I like that.
They deemed it.
They did deem it. They did deem it. I wonder. I think it's just because you can, but of course, the war going down means Bull is saying, I know it's there, I know it's being taken, but I like this wave a lot more.
Yeah, and I also think this is partially from the lane swap, right? The moment you saw Morteus showing top side, you saw Trimby showing mid, Tatu knows that, hey, I can go for this bot side right now. They don't know for sure where Jojo is, and we're already in position, so we take it. Good call. But it does leave Gigo a little bit exposed. Jojo running up here to try and cover.
Oh, but Gigo is already jumping through. Very nice flash shield to come out here. Jojo not even running the unsealed spellbook, so it's an even larger investment just to keep Gigo alive.
Yeah, running, flashing in there to get the heal, the shield off as well. I mean, Gigo is fairly healthy at this point, and the handshake just barely missed tagging up the Samus. If that had landed, perhaps we see that dive kind of go south, and because of that, K-Stars, it feels like the lane swap really didn't work out. Now, Morteus and Trimby are both low. They don't want to stick around either, especially when Ayu has completed the lane swap up to that top side. So Cade initiate the lane swap, but they're losing out. And if Fury can hold this and maintain this position for a little bit, Grub spawn in a minute plus. I don't know if Morteus wants to go back to that top side. And Cade, I'm curious to see, do they send Miru, who's on a immobile mage, as that Victor to that extended lane?
I mean, they're thinking about it. They're thinking about getting a little bit silly with this one. Tuts was looking for the bot side gank if they could, but of course, for Gigo, who just TP'd down, you don't want to upset the status quo. You want to get the most out of this laning phase for the moment. Tuts just goes back to just bullying Miru out. I love this, by the way. Just a giant annoyance at the end of the day, just constantly throwing out that flux and the equilibrium stylization. But for Gigo, we mentioned this matchup, the Aurora versus the Gwen. It can sometimes lead into not favorable positions for the Aurora, but Gigo so far piloting this Aurora very, very well.
And with the range advantage, with mobility, the ability to kind of hop away, and with between worlds as an escape, it's really tough for Bull to get any sort of kill threat, and he's just kind of getting whittled down. And that's why we kind of highlighted the importance of Desamas. But aside from that sort of topside gank, he's been behind Tatu in a lot of these plays right now. And now with Grub spawning, I don't know if this is the opportunity for Desamas to try and stamp himself on the map. And it feels like, if anything, I'd love to see Desamas try and gank one of the other lanes while Tatu is distracted doing these grubs. I do not fancy an even fight for K-Stars at this stage of the game.
Nope. And honestly, you're running out of options as well because at this point you are level 7 and JoJo's still on level 5. When we're talking about disengages, talking about those abilities. I mean, this is the best time when JoJo doesn't have that hostile takeover, when JoJo doesn't have that ability to turn the entire fight on its head. Yet Samus is still late to the party, losing out on all 3 grubs. Furious so far. They chose their opponent, and they're saying they're going to eat very, very well. So far, start of the game, everything under their control.
Yeah, and speaking of control, I feel like the way Tatu took that really shows that Gigo, just using between roads to escape, like we talked about, so much mobility for this champion. Is he going to stick around, though? He has no flash, and Trimby is looking to try and sneak into a bush for an ambush, if you will, but Bo doesn't want to stick around. Bo's out of mana.
You just go ahead and say no worries. I like the step up though. Trimby could easily walk up and ignite, which you do. It's the right thing to do with the unsealed spellbook. I mean, we've seen this before, right? This is the standard just to be an annoyance. Trimby doing the appropriate thing as a support.
Yeah, it's also to delay the back from Gigo so that he can't match Bo TPing up to this top lane. And because of that, Ayu's actually going to stick around up in the top lane. And Gigo's going to fancy his odds in a 1v2 scenario against Morteus and Trimby. Well, or maybe not, because Trimby's not sticking around in lane. We talked about how Trimby wasn't here last week, and it was Scamber playing for Cade Stars. And partially, I do feel like Scamber did stick around in lane a little bit more than Trimby has for Morteus. It also put a lot more pressure on Desamis, but Desamis did kind of step up and make things happen. Now, Gigo onto Desamis. Equal trades so far. Morteus and Trimby not really moving to back this up. They're happy to let Desamis do the bulk of the lifting in this bot lane.
Well, you know who's actually not moving too quickly. It's actually Ayu who's taking this 1v1 as best they can. Bull trying to go back into the middle brush and actually gets on top of the ward, but that's another dash in as Ayu
Ayu would jump down
the minion, but it doesn't matter because Bull runs the wrong way, so it's a final laser with the empowered W. Ayu wins the 1v1.
Okay, Ayu, we see you. Ayuzi, the prodigy, that just showed us why he's named as such. AD carry, a level down into a top laner who's been so experienced and has been kind of farming very, very efficiently. And Ayu finds, I got worried when he flashed out of that bush for a second because he had to walk back and he did not have vision onto Bo on that. But it's fine. He held his nerve. He knew his damage traits and he was able to win out. And Yunara, as a hyper carry Orbital, if she's finding the solo bolos now, you've got problems in the late game. We're getting the pro view how this started out, and it was Bo just kind of overestimating how much damage he could get in, and Ayu held his nerve, just knowing that we get to see whether or not he actually loses vision in that bush. He's trading well, and the flash in, the dash in, pardon me. Yeah, the flash out, he actually dropped vision for a second.
Yes.
But that ward coming in so clutch for him, making sure he could track Bo the entire time. Bo probably thought he was safe, but he was in Ayu's sights. Non-stop.
And it's so dangerous. Another thing is Yunara, as you were mentioning, the power up, but the range difference as well, the empowerment on the auto attacks, it can get you off guard. I think a lot of the times, so Bull, I think, was not expecting that either. So now we're taking a look. Second Dragon is available, and this time Ayu is now back on the bottom side with the Kraken Slayer in tow, already building into the on-hit status, which means this Dragon is pretty much in your favor if you're willing to group up. Trimby, though, joining in with Desamis, who are both looking for this Dragon. A little bit of meeting of the minds as Morteus is also in that right position. So this could be a huge meeting of a 4v4, but right now Desamis is on the wrong side of the map. Catch on the wrong side as well. Tatsu holding out with that Crescent Guard, but the hostile takeover separates the entire team, which allows Ayu to run rampant yet again. That transcendence of the abilities just amps up as the orbs smack the back of your head, and Ayu is now 3-0 Furia on a furious warpath.
And I feel for Cade Stars. I really do, Orbital. That was probably the right call, Tuts. He's caught out. Flash, biz flashes into the wall. No escape. And Cade able to get themselves on the board. First kill. First objective. First anything, really, that they've been able to find. Tatu still doing this one. And Miru wants a second shot.
I still think this is within their range. Yeah, very, very nice snap. Plus the extra burst.
Oh,
what a
JoJo!
Thomas pulled out of his flag and drag, meaning he has to run away, but Miru now getting caught as well. Over the wall you go. A final snap on the back, and as Gigo had actually joined in a walk from the top side, means that it's 5-1 with a 2.3k lead for Furia.
And all of this, Orbital, was a dragon play. It just extended non-stop. When we thought the dragon fight was done, when we thought Furia had won it out initially, no, Cade Stars extended it, and Furia said bet. Gigo walked down from the top lane. He didn't use teleport. He manually walked all the way down, and that did give Bull some time to get some plates and catch up. But I think Furia is more than happy with how that goes. We are going to get a replay on how this starts up. And I respect Kate looking for this engage. They had to do it. They had the numbers advantage. And sure, there is realm warp from Tuts, but it does take some time to complete. But they're still losing the fight because they're at an item mismatch. You highlighted IU got Kraken Slayer. Morteus didn't. Morteus was still sitting on components with the recurve bow. You know, he didn't have a completed item, so they didn't have enough damage to be able to finish off Tatu. Tatu was happy to tank that up, and they won that fight. That should have been the end of it, but then Tut's getting picked there. Bates, Kate starts thinking, okay, we can still do this. And the moment Tuts went down, by the way, I want to highlight, look at Gigo walking down. He moved the moment Tuts got ganked, and because of that, he gets in here in time to follow up on some amazing play from Jojo. That handshake, absolutely disgusting.
And it hurts the fact that there are even pings going down as well. Kind of knew that this was coming about, but when you see it on the big screen, you know you're happy. I mean, we mentioned this before. The fact that we are watching Cade Stars sitting at that 2-0 series record, and for Furia, they lost out last week. There is some redemption factor in here where you are saying, look, last week, a little bit of a misstep. We lost the series. It doesn't matter. We're still the same Furia that are going to rock the world.
Yeah, and right now,
or at least LTA South, I should say. I don't know about the world. That's a step a little bit too high for my liking, but
they've taken more steps than just the LTA South. They've rocked the LTA North already. True. They've beaten C9. We won't mention it was the best one, but they beat C9 on international stage. Good enough. And we're
gonna get crucified, RMC. We are getting ourselves set up to get crucified later.
That's fine. Come at me, Northern Brothers. I'll take it.
We're in trouble here. Gigo might also be in a little bit of trouble, unless Tatu and Jojo has something to say. Shimby has been able to walk their way in relatively unnoticed, but there's going to be that ward, an immediate tether on the back end, as Gigo for swearing off this dive underneath the tower by chunking out Bolt early, which now between worlds around as Morteus is in the wrong spot. Nice little catch on the hostile takeover, and there's no way you can run away. Kaisa is meant to dive in, not dive out, which means it's Tatu to take that kill.
And that's the thing. Sure, Trimby gets in there. Sure, Trimby's not scared of necessarily getting spotted out, but is it beneficial for his team? Because now Morteus and Desamis have to go and bail you out, have to give you that cover. And that does ultimately end up costing Morteus his life. Support causing his AD carry trouble. Tuts sitting inside the Cataclysm and winning because of a turret. He hasn't even completed a second item yet. We talked about how Rise needs 2 items to come online. Tuts said, nah, I don't even need a Rod of Ages fully stacked. I'm good enough. And because he buys time up top, mid lane, IU able to find first brick, bot side, Gigo able to find second brick, and all this while they're multitasking the Herald.
This is Furia playing on an exceptional level, and the entire macro rotation for Furia has been not just on point, above on point. They have been basically looking 7-8 steps ahead, I feel like, and drawing Cade Stars into this unwinnable situation for themselves. In the last 3 minutes, we have seen Furia go from just a 1k lead to now an exceptional 3.3k lead, with everyone getting a piece of the pie. We just saw Gigo get massive amounts of plates. We're seeing Tuts survive underneath the tower. We saw Tatu at 2-0-1. Every single member of Furia are looking great heading into this mid game.
Yeah, thankfully for Cade Stars, they were both able to pick up that bot side turret, and their objective bounty go. That's how far Cade is behind Fury right now, that they have objective bounty gold from taking that turret. It helps narrow the gap, keep it below 4,000, but still 3,500 at 17 minutes feels like a lot. And as you said, Fury, they're just ahead of the game right now. They are playing better, they are playing faster, and as I say that, Jojo gets caught.
Well, the cat is a whole different story, because look at the top side. Tatu was on a hostile takeover, going to slow the fight as well. IU popping into that empowered state and saying, hey, give me the chance to actually lay down some damage. I was actually a little bit surprised because Dragon's actually up right now and it's an Ocean Soul, so I was surprised that most of Fury is on the top side, but needless to say, Cade Stars are going to try and make the most of it if they can. Granted, on the bot side, already see the pings going down. Fury are saying, no worries, we lost one, we took one, no biggie, because Dragon is ours.
And it's kind of hilarious to me, the fact that they traded 1-for-1, and normally that favors the team that's behind. It was a good catch coming off in the mid lane. But topside, Furia answer immediately. As you can see, Mirror's just kind of caught out too far with no flash. Again, we talked about Victor in an extended lane when he's sort of been immobile mage or AP carry, if you will. But even after the 1-for-1, Furia are just in better position to be able to get that topside turret that's more gold, kind of equalizes, they still win in that trade, and they get the dragon. As you pointed out, Cade were around that bot side more than Furia initially, but when all is said and done, Furia, they just know when they can move and when they can't. If Cade had gone to the bot side, Furia's fine with that. They just play off mid, off top, they get more damage to the turrets, they go for the early gold. Heck, they maybe even collapse onto Cade. But the moment Cade didn't go for it, Furia just like, okay, if you're not going for it, we will, and we dare you to approach us. We're still stronger, and we still know that.
And that's a terrifying thing to think about. At this point, Furia are on sole point at just 19 minutes into the game, and Mew right now showing off and saying, yes, I'm at the top of the tables. Right now, you are behind the tables at best. You're looking at level 12, still trying to build out most of your abilities on this Victor. It's looking like a rough state to be in right now.
Trying to figure out what this...
I had no idea. I just saw 180 and 179, and I was like, interesting.
Okay, so this is the amount of kills for foreign mid laners, I believe.
Ooh.
And so Miru's already topping the charts despite having only been here for like a year. He's already beating the likes of Lava, of Yuri already. Roamer, Roamer's actually been here for the same amount of time, but Pain Gaming doesn't usually play through the mid lane. So, yeah, that's still incredible that we're already seeing that come through. For Miru, he's been such a force to be reckoned with. But this game, he's been shut down. He's 1-3-0, and Furia constantly pick him off. He's not the one getting funneled gold. It's Bo who's picking up all this all these side lanes, all these turret gold. And we're kind of looking at Bo to be the carry. If Miru pops off, I feel like it will be off Bo and Morteus, distracting Furia in team fights.
And honestly, if that's to work, well, you need to start looking at some of these other players. You know, you find Aya, you find Tuts, but huge shout out to Gigo, who has also been a force to be reckoned with. 1-0-1. We mentioned that he doesn't really play the Aurora, but so far has shown exceptional prowess on the champion. And with Otacon now spawning and even Cade Stars looking onto that bot side, I appreciate the fact that Furia have kind of slowed down a little bit, made sure to buy up with their gold lead, which, you know, we talked about, you know, sitting on that gold instead. And it's actually going to be a chance. VKS actually start it up blind pretty much.
Yeah, this feels a bit like desperation, right? You're trying to burn it down as best you can. Trimby finds a catch.
And honestly, that catch is great. Tuts is already gone. Hostile takeover forces VKS on the wrong side of the map. Bull is now going to be stuck in a bowl of trouble if possible. Herald coming in out of nowhere.
Okay.
Triple over the back line. Desamas trying their best to wreck the back line, but it's not going to work. Tatu sacrificing their HP for the rest of the team, and that allows IU to jump ahead, transcend oneself, and become immortal. Cultivation at its peak, if you will. But so far, it's only a 2-4-2, but you know it's going to be even worse here. 2-for-1 bleeding into a 3-for-1. Make it a 4-for-1. Make it doom and gloom. Mira's the only one alive, but slowed down by the IU. Slow Yunara, newest champion on the block, 300-year champ. IU tags the last, and that is a 6-0-3 APC.
That is insane overall. We went from Cade finding the initial pick, and I love the call for Otacon. It was a bit of a desperation call, but the decision making for Cade wasn't actually Otacon. It was, let's get Furia to the fight, let's get them rushing over here, and we'll look for the pick. And they found the initial pick. Tuts didn't even get to play that fight. He got wiped out immediately. But you were talking about Shelly being dropped out of nowhere. That play was brilliant from Tatu. He was not just dropping Shelly by mistake. He was using it as a battering ram, and all the knockups was what really interrupted them, and we get to see a replay of that. So here's the thing, there's not great vision from Cade. They have one control ward, but they know when to turn, how to turn, and so they win that initial fight. But now they're on the wrong side of the map, and they're not feeling strong. They're kind of not feeling really confident on this, and Desamas goes in without the backup of his team, and Tatu taking Shelly in there was the reason why Desamas didn't have backup. And we talked about how Miru needs a distraction. He doesn't get that distraction. He's the one being distracted, and now you're down numbers from Cade Stars. Now you're kind of thinking, how do we get out of here? Because Furia is going to collapse with greater numbers, and the trading that Furia does as well in terms of attention is flawless. Gigo up there getting all the damage down, and then Ayu starts to dash in and tries to distract everybody as well. And now Miru has to turn. Well, Ayu just steps away, and then Tatu's the next one to try and take up that front because he's the healthiest, and they just keep rotating out. So yes, their health bars are low-ish, but they're not in danger of dropping whatsoever.
And honestly, That felt like a fight that has been the namesake of Furia. Divide and conquer every single time. Disperse VKS, don't let them bottle, and you win the fight. It's going to happen again, or at least they hope so, because right now Furia are looking at that Ocean Soul for themselves, but Tatsu getting a chunk taken out of himself, and they quickly hop over the wall. Dragon has actually started up very, very quickly. This also feels like a little bit of a bait coming out of Furia as well. Bull on the weak side, pinch if they can stay alive. That'll be huge, but Tuts this time making sure not to get blown up right away. Dragon down to about 5.4. VKS and the rest of the squad roaming on in. That's going to be a nice tether over the wall. Bull hops into the Dragon pit, but that's going to be the Between Worlds catching a majority share. Hostile takeover catching Mini, but the Dragon is already spotted. That gives Ocean Soul over, which now means it's a massive fight advantage for Furia as they have all the healing, all the power, all the damage in the world. IU forcing Trimby to facepalm on his cam. VKS for the third or fourth time in a row are ace behind enemy lines.
17 and 3 Orbital, the current kill score. And if we said Cade with the Otacon, that was a bit of a desperation bait that was well played. That was just straight desperation around that Ocean Soul. They knew if they lose that, we already have problems killing Furia. We don't have the burst damage to do it. If they're healing up, it's never going to happen. And so they go for the Hail Mary, but it backfires, and the cost is immense. A 10,000 gold gap before Baron spawns. Furia happy to push it and take even more tarts off the back of an Ocean Soul. And now Furia, they get to reset. They get to look for Baron and for Cade. Where do you go from here? Even if you find an ambush, even if you find pick, I don't think it makes a difference. And for Furia, what I want to highlight to you is that they actually focused the Dragon throughout all of this chaos. Hostile takeover comes through. They're not following up on that. They were using it to secure that Dragon, make sure that the Samus can't get in there. And then they turn. IU finding the flank, that's just icing on the cake. The moment they got the Dragon, their job was done. But because K-Stars didn't leave fast enough, K-Stars give up everything on display.
I also love the fact I have no idea. And this right here. Oh no, we're gonna show it again. Oh no. It feels so bad because it is soul crushing to see this type of game play out. And you can see in the gold graph even a falling off of immense proportions in there. By the way, that is not just a 5K. That's not just a 6K. That is 12.3K total as that gold difference at its peak, or should I say bottoming out. Fury are going to make it even worse though, with a Baron touched up pretty much off spawn, as Gigo is drawing 3 opponents to themselves. That's a tower dive in, and honestly, if Gigo falls, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you're still going to take at least one here. Gigo is actually looking for a second. You stayed alive for so long. Jojo isn't there in time to be able to get the heal off, but it might be enough to take a second life. But of course, Samus is running on the far end. Jojo now getting jumped on thanks to the kill instinct. So it is a neutralization of at least 2. But still, Baron taken. And this is just a consolation because guess what? On the top side, there's a push. Tatsu and IU go running on in for the revenge. And listen, the Avengers are here in more than one way. Tatsu dashing on an extra damage. Meanwhile, on the top side, Tuts is like, yo, your base is failing. Bull dodging out on that Talon strike and is going to get over the wall. But no, you jumped the wrong way. Tatsu, can you get over the wall? You get the final stab. Tatsu, pop off, king. You deserve it. 7-0-6. A blind stab in the dark leads it to 21 total kills for Furia.
The first penta in the LTA Split 3, done by Tatsu on Jax, straight up pentakill, and that blind stab over the wall. He does it again. 7-0-6. The man does not miss, but he is getting slightly overshadowed by IU right now, who's 8-0-6, pushing on the bot side. Furia pressing on all 3 lanes. They're going for Tuts. Miryu's running out of mana, and if this Chaos Storm doesn't take Tuts down, well, you're just not going to take him down.
This is a composition that also you would not normally see a 3-pronged attack. This is a composition for Fury where normally it takes time. You need a 2-lane push, a 1-lane push. No, they take everything in the kitchen sink, if you will, in one fell swoop. Wow. Every inhibitor falls. VKS are looking at some sad, sad bees as Furia look to chomp down on this game number 1. We talked about desperation earlier. Well, this is the final desperate act. If VKS LTAS wish to put up a final fight. Nexus Tower 1 falls. It's going to be Tuts once again, starting things off with their own life and blood. Backline annihilated though, because guess who's still alive? It is IU wrecking shop in more ways than one to flash forward to try and get the laser, but it doesn't work. Morteus is going to try and dance their way to victory, but no. Furia say it is all about the glory. It's an ace at the end of the day as Furia lock in game 1 in dominating fashion.
Dia de Furia, the day of Furia, or Furia Day, Orbital, and it is looking good. You said Furia came in with a chip on their shoulder from their loss last week, and yeah, after watching that game, I've got to agree. My goodness, Furia, they were not happy not being top of the table, and they want to remind everybody that, okay, we might have lost our shot at the top, unless Pain somehow screw up, and even then, I think that hit-to-hit means that they lose that, but they want everybody to remember, we are still a threat, and you don't want to be picking us when it comes to the elimination phase.
And for K-Stars, I mean, you even see, it feels heavy watching them just walk, and I don't want to speak poorly, because it feels like things got out of their control and they knew it as well. This is one of those games where you say, we made 2 mistakes and those 2 mistakes cost us the entire game. And it is a heartbreaking thing to say, but at the end of the day, you got to respect that. Fury came out with some fire, and for K-Stars, what do you do going into game 2?
Well, for one, for Cade, you need to get out with mindset that's about not making mistakes. It's not about not doing the wrong things, it's about doing all the right things. And they kind of didn't do that. Like, their biggest single mistake to me was how reactive and how passive they were in the early game. We talked about how the Samus needed to get action down, needed to help out the lanes, because you weren't winning the lanes. And you can't just suddenly improve mechanics across all your laners miraculously overnight or within the span of a game. So if your laners aren't going to be able to match toe-to-toe against Furia necessarily, then it's got to be, you know, about the teamwork. It's got to be about the Samus. It's about Trimby roaming around and making action happen. I think back to the early lane swap that completely backfired. Was the lane swap wrong? I don't think so. But the way it got played out and the small sort of disadvantage you got from that, and that you didn't press the lane swap advantage enough, I think that's where the problem is. So going to game 2, Samus, Trimby, they need to step up big.
Sometimes you need to just scamper around the rift a little bit, and maybe that's, you know, a little bit of a pep in your step. But of course, game number 2 is on the horizon, and Furia, they look so cool under pressure. That was a clean game. See if they can do it again. Don't go anywhere. The LTA South will continue in just a bit. Game number 2, after a very one-sided beatdown in game number 1, Furia were on fire more ways than one, but it didn't just come from proactivity. Even though that was 90% of why they won, it was also finding some weaknesses within the side of Vivo K-Stars. And K-Stars, we gotta talk about it. It felt like they were so quiet. It felt like they were just watching the game pass them by. And RMC, you mentioned before in the green room, and it's coming to light here, Trimby felt a little bit rough beside Desamas this game.
Yeah, so I know we said that we can't blame it all on proactivity, but I'm sorry, bro, you passed the ball back to me, and I will bring it up. I will talk about proactivity, because to me that was the biggest issue, but after this, I swear I'll stop. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Desamas and Trimby. So we have an interesting little graphic here, which originally was a bit of a joke about Desamas with and without Trimby, because he did better without Trimby last week when he was with Scamper. And there was some talk, in social media about how, Desamas, he's a great leader, putting Trimby as another leader. Are they clashing a little bit because Desamas looked better when he was the sort of sole leader for the team? And you can see that his KDA was almost double what it was with Trimby. Kill participation was fairly similar. His damage went up a little bit as well. The only thing that kind of went down was goat difference at 15, but that's his individual goat difference. Cade still smashed as a team around that. Now, I do want to caveat this graphic with the fact that it was meant to be a joke. With Trimby, it was against Loud. Without Trimby, it was against Lev, who's been struggling a lot more this split. But this game, this series, Orbital, it kind of makes me think, okay, maybe there was something to what people were saying on social media. Because without Trimby last week, Desamas looked fully in control. He was shot calling, he was going, and he was making things happen. But now that Trimby is back, it's not like Trimby is a bad shot caller. He's actually a great shot caller himself, and we saw that. Most of the engages in game 1 happened with Trimby being the one to pull the trigger. But somehow, with Trimby back in, Desamas looks a lot more passive, and I'm wondering if it's like the bystander effect, where both Trimby and Desamas are trying to give each other space, because they're both great shot callers, and they're saying, okay, I want to give you the opportunity to shot call. No, you shot call. No, you shot call, and then nobody shot calls. Right? Like, I'm wondering if that might be a bit of the issue. And going to game 2, we can't be having that. Either Trimby or Desamas, somebody needs to step up and just say, we go now. I don't care if it's a roaming support or a ganking jungler, but if you sit back and that Fury run over you, you kind of deserve what happens.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a this is a miss. That's all I gotta say. This is a miss, and that's one of the unfortunate standings, because honestly, once you show that little bit of a crack, it becomes a much larger one. When we saw Tatsu be this awesome dominating force on the Xin Zhao. We've seen Xin Zhao's do very well. Any jungler that does pick it up, we've seen amazing games, but this one was on another level. Tatsu was exceptional in there, which then amplified another key player, which we got to talk about real quickly, because I mean, we literally just saw it happen.
Yeah, Ayu, deathless that game. And sure, to be fair, Tati was also deathless, but Ayu was just popping off. That level 7 solo bolo against Bo just lives rent-free in my head. And it just calls back to, I think it was 2-3 years ago, back when Ayu topped the EU West solo queue.
He even autoed a
ranked
minion.
ladder.
He even got an extra
True,
minion in there. That's how good he was.
just the flex. Lasted a minute, lasted a champion, equally hard in his eyes, or equally easy in Ayu's eyes. And he absolutely crushed it. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous. And the sickest part of it all, Orbital, is that Yunara's not even a solo bolo champion. So there are other champions you could potentially do that on as an AD carry. Now, Kai'Sa's been taken away, unfortunately, but there's still things like Lucian. Heck, he's got a Neela in his back pocket. Heck, he's got a Yasuo in his back pocket if he wants to look for solo bolos and solo kills.
That terrifies me at the end of the day, because of course we're heading into this game number 2. The players are already ready with the draft itself, so let's go ahead and dive on in. We get Furia back on that red side as VKS are staying on that blue, but this time it's a much heavier target ban on that blue side. You can go ahead and see the Talia, the Orianna, and the Ziggs, all major AP carries, really focus on touch, which is a little bit of a surprise. Tuts was actually fairly quiet this time around, was more of a facilitator on that rise. I mean, that literal realm warp to get Ayu behind enemy lines was beautiful. I don't think that's going to happen again because obviously Rise is gone, but still the Pantheon, Wukong, and Azir with the Varus pick up first, giving Morteus a very comfortable pick.
Yeah, and Varus has been the prio AD carry still too bad in current meta, and I can't help but think this is because Furia have a very specific counter. Remember when I said Yasuo earlier? That's their counter. Like, Yasuo for Ayu has been their traditional answer into this verse. I wonder if we do see it come through. I actually don't really like the composition too much because it does struggle to be able to push and actually take turrets, but it is very, very fun to watch, especially as a big wombo combo AoE composition. We do see the Rumble come through. That's already a good setup. Vi's got knockups, both Vault Breaker and Cease and Desist. Technically knock up an opponent, but if Furia want the Yasuo, they kind of need to pick it on R3. I don't think Cade will let it through the bans if it comes later than R3.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Rumble, I believe, was banned out in game number 1 as well. So now being left open, being given that freedom to play with, this is going to be another treat at the end of the day. For VKS, though, what do you want to go for? I know you have a lot of options here, but do you go for that support right away? Do you get something too Trimby to want to get back in that comfort zone and maybe give a little bit more agency to help Samus facilitate into that style? And this is another way to do it. You go ahead and pick up the Trundle, which we've seen have exceptional value in the right spots, though. And matching into a Vi Rumble is an interesting setup, but hey, if you can work around a lot of those abilities, you have a way in.
True, and the Pillar has a lot of utility against both these champions. Neither of them have great easy ways to get out. Sure, Vi can dash, but she needs to charge it up. The Trundle pick is a bit unusual, though, when we've seen top and jungle being picked, because usually you pick it proactively to kind of deny away the options of tanks to come through, but Rumble and Vi, neither of them are true tanks. So the Trundle pick up here, I wonder if it might actually just go support for Trimby, potentially, rather than sort of the traditional jungle role. We do see the Galio come through. That's likely an answer in the top lane against the likes of the Rumble. That has been one of the counters in the top lane. I also don't want to see Miru piloted, because Miru did the most damage in game 1 out of everybody, and he outdamaged even the likes of Ayu and Gigo. But it's not a champion where you've got agency, and Galio is another champion where you don't have agency. Give Miru something he can carry on. Give him a Sylas. Give him, I don't know, like an Ari or something, a Yone, please.
Well, anything to actually catch the backline, because Ayu has now been given another great hyper-scaling ADC, except even weaker early mid-game status. There have been significant changes to Sivir specifically saying, hey, we gotta push him into the late game. That's what they're meant for. And yet Ayu was like, I could probably play this early game. Go ahead, give me a BF sword and I'll run you down. But there are some champions that also need to be denied away. When you see a Galio locked in, you do have to deny a lot of those engaged tools. So automatically, Furia are saying, okay, you don't get the Alistar, most likely ban out the Nautilus as well, deny a lot of these quick engage tools, and for Cade Stars, right back to the APs. Ban out the Annie. At this point, it's going to be a quintuple ban into that mid lane, most likely against Tuts.
Sure, yeah, I mean, the Ziggs serving double duty as well as a ban, I think, also partially towards Ayu, and a pick that I think enables the Gigo Camille pick most of all. And yeah, so let's call it, 3.5 bans so far coming through against Tuts. They're really trying to find Miru a favorable matchup, and that's why it surprises me a little bit that they are going blue side so heavily. I guess they wanted the Varus. There are a lot of high prios, but it also means they don't get counter pick in that mid lane. I'd be surprised if Furia actually kind of opt to blind the mid right now. Right? You can go ahead, pick your support For the likes of Sivir, I'd expect to see something that can look to engage. Nautilus is still on the table, as we see the Silas being banned out as well. Rakan is another champion that can look for engages for the team, or heck, in a pinch, Jojo has picked things like Bard before to try and find, long-range engages.
Okay, so there's that Nico banned out. I was waiting to see and make sure that they actually got abandoned, but I do agree. There's also, if you really want to default back to just an all-around good pick, the Thresh is always there, but Thresh obviously up much lower down in that standing of what you want to do. But this is also why we did see the Silas ban. Obviously, Mirror's played it twice so far and has had exceptional value with it. But the Ahri locked in, having that same functionality of the mobility. I want to emphasize Furia. This time they're not looking to divide a fight, they're looking to run away and then recombine. At the end of the day, it feels like you take a look at their entire composition, they can scatter so well into the wind that the Galio's not going to have a good time. So now we get to see where it goes. And RMC, if that Mbessa is locked in, that pretty much forces a Galio mid, which is painful to think about now.
Yeah, like, I get the Galio Ahri matchup, and maybe they decide to do this because they saw the Ahri in the mid lane, but you've just taken the biggest carry in your team off carries, and now you're trusting that Bo will be able to win out into Gigo, which is kind of a risky endeavor and not one that I'm super hyper confident in. And then you're trusting Morteus to be able to do that, and Morteus, sure, I think I trust a little bit more, but Sivir is an answer into Varus in lane in that she can spell shield a lot of the poke damage away and heal back up. So I don't expect to see Morteus get an early lead, and Sivir just outscales throughout the game. So it's incredibly difficult. We do see Nautilus come through from K-Stars. We saw the Poppy hover, but they want to find engage more than they want disengage. Their team needs to get in there with the Trundle, with the Galio, with the Mbessa. So Furious say, bet, we will go ahead and pick the Braum. And we'll pick for disengage instead. We have enough engage with the Vi and with the Sivir, and we'll just leave it at that.
Well, the thing is not only that, it's a great denial against the Nautilus. We just saw also a little bit of a hairline graphic, and I want to point it out. So far in the LTA South split 3 round one. I don't know at this point. It's the final week, but poor Nautilus is sitting at a 0-5 record. So Trimby either has an option to continue the run of Nautilus losses to 0-6, or you take a victory here, show that you can make those big shot calls that you were talking about, RMC, that we have seen Trimby do in the past as well, and become the terror to push us to a game number 3. But Furia are looking for that 2-0 to push themselves up into the upper echelons.
Yeah, now compositionally speaking over, because we focused a lot in Tunnel Vision on individual picks for individual players. Compositionally, I think Furia has changed their mind. In game 1, it was sort of a lot of individual power, a lot of split push pressure to come through, a lot of individual answers into what Cade wanted to do. This game, it feels a lot more like, okay, we're going to go for skilling, but still really solid team fighting and ability to engage and kind of make our way through. It is a bit of a Sivir composition towards the late game, but IU, I think, has earned his right to be sort of that primary carry for the team after his Yunara performance in game 1. Whereas K-Stars, it feels like they're still going with what kind of didn't work in game 1. It's a lot of team fighting, a lot of AoE, a lot of 5v5ing that K-Stars want to do, with Bo kind of playing sort of an outside role where he can go diving that back line. It didn't work in game 1, and I'm hoping in game 2 it works a little bit better. Trundle, I'd argue his ganks aren't quite as potent early, but maybe it'll be what DeSamus needs to kind of kick his butt into gear a little bit, and forcing him to think a little bit more might force him to think about ganking as a whole a little bit more.
And of course, as we head back onto the Rift, that thinking has to come to a full head of steam, because right now, if VKS lose, they are at points going to be dropped down to possibly 4th or 5th. And we mentioned all the way at the beginning, positioning is very important here. You're 2nd and 4th in the ranking. If you lose here in an 0-2 fashion, that is a huge mark in the record. Keep in mind, each team only plays 3 matches. So an 0-2 loss really, really messes up your standings. You cannot go out in that type of way. You need at least a victory on your bank if you want to stay in the upper side of the bracket.
Yeah, and a loss from K-Stars here would affect the race for first as well, because currently there are 3 teams which are racing for that first position. It's Pain, it's Red, and it's K-Stars, right? And if we do see K kind of drop out here, then Pain versus Red becomes sort of the deciding match for who gets first seed. And again, first seed gets to pick their opponents, and they'll get to pick their opponents pretty much throughout. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, to a certain degree, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th matter a little bit less, because first could pick 2nd if they so wished, and then the other 2 will just face off against each other. So really, the first seed in the upper bracket and fifth seed in the lower bracket get all the power in that first round.
So much handed over. You really can't let that type of advantage go away. But as we go ahead and take a look into the laning phase, as you mentioned, it's Miru and Tuts, Ari versus Galio. We know how this matchup goes. As we take a look at the rest of the laning as well, Trimby on that Nautilus, Morteus on the Varus, Braum, of course, laying down some pain for JoJo, and IU just looking to throw some boomerangs. Everyone's getting a piece of that pie, whereas the junglers, of course, starting out on their red sides, which are easily spotted out as well. Bull was able to throw down a ward, so this time around, Desamas has all the information in the world, not just at the tail end.
And unfortunately, Tatu has none, because Furia didn't get sort of the early aggressive wards to be able to match Desamas. So there is a bit of an information mismatch. We'll see if Desamas is able to leverage that little bit of bonus information where Tatu doesn't know where he is. Bot side, they're getting spicy already, but Braum at level 1 is just so good at denying any sort of engages. Heals being burnt for engage and disengage between both supports.
Yeah, I mean, when you run Unsealed Spellbook, you can do this pretty dang well, but to see it burn so early and in such a defensive manner, Trimby is yet again in a bad spot, and there's a boomerang crashing over Morteus' HP bar. Morteus is actually going to take an early recall away, and all of a sudden, IU and JoJo are once again back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and that wave's going to crash, or maybe not. IU actually looks like he's slowing down the crash. He wants to try and deny away as many minions, not just from Morteus, but from Trimby. And I got to question that, because Trimby kicked it off with the dredge line. So what was he looking for? What is Desamas looking for? He's managed to sneak around.
Yeah, well, they're looking for a quick little kill, and this one is pretty easy. Tuts, recognizing that you're dead in the water, so you go ahead and save that flash, but Desamas getting a little bit of action here with First Blood.
Glad to see Coach CL managing to kind of whip his crew into shape a little bit there. Desamas with the early gank. This is everything we were asking for in game 1 from his J4. It's everything we were hoping for here in his game 2. And the Trundle ganks aren't the easiest ganks, but Miru and Desamas made that look incredibly easy. Props to Tuts as well for not bothering to burn the flash. He was dead to rights. He was not getting out. Now he can hold that to try and make another play as Tatu is sneaking around.
And I like this call. You immediately bounce right back. And again, with Miru, there is nothing available. And keep in mind, when Miru got a gank, you got some extra CS. You were able to tie it up. For Miru, though, or for Tuts, you're like, this is perfect. I get a push. There's not much in the bank. And remember, Miru doesn't have TP either.
True. Miru already used it to get back into lane after eating the early poke. Miru also having to burn his flash, so he won't have that available. So Furia, somehow, Orbital, much like game 1, from a losing position, they somehow turn the tides and get a little bit extra. It's kind of dicey. If you're a Arcade Stars fan, you're getting worried, because that's how they kind of lost game 1. And the flash from Miru burnt to make this gank happen. I really like the counter call from Furia. They immediately recognize, hey, Miru is kind of out of everything, and if he's going to push up because he's a melee champion, we can look to punish. The taunt comes through, and it literally does not matter. The follow-up charm from Tuts, nice and clean. Again, Tuts didn't burn flash, so he still has it in that 1v1 laning matchup.
And it's one of those moments where you say, wow, like that hurts a lot, and it still emphasizes how Fury are always looking at, I think, a macro level gameplay, whether they like it or not, consistently finding kills plus extra instead of a kill for kill's sake. But of course, that's more than we can really say right now. More of the game to be played is around. You can see we're only 5 minutes into the game, so me saying that, I don't want to say it's over already, but I mean, Fury are already trying to set up those, I want to say, the foundation to once again take over a game.
Yeah, 300 gold calling it over would certainly be a little bit hasty overall, but you're right in that this feels like it's a comfort zone for Fury right now. I want to highlight sort of the first buys as well for both mid laners. They both opted for the Dark Seal, something I think is very good for Ari. If you ever want to know why, just tag Nymera on Twitter, and he will write you a book about why Dark Seal. But Dark Seal from Galio is an interesting choice, because he's a melee champion, and the fact that Mirio is opting for that suggests that he wants to make action happen. I expect to see more camping happen in the mid lane from Desamas, from Trimby, to shut down Tuts' Dark Seal and get Mirio's stacking so he can be the carry he was always meant to be.
Well, right now, the stacks don't matter because the dragon is more what we're all about. It's an Infernal early, and with the TP coming in here, it is a quick one as well, but with that and no answer from Bull, you go ahead and call it off. Dragon secured for Furia, and all it cost was a teleport.
True. And Bull actually TP'd into the top lane. So I was wondering, where is Bull looking to engage from? He's not. He just sounded the farm alarm. He wants to get back into lane. So Bull's going to be able to get himself a bit of a lead as well to come through, as we see him almost recall immediately, burning a little bit of health. Oh, he did. Did he not?
No, he didn't recall.
Into the top lane?
No. So he was on the recall, and then he recognized that the dragon was already gone,
okay.
and then actually canceled his recall. So he just stuck in lane.
Okay, nice. Even better. So he gets TP into the bot side immediately, matches Gigo. He picked up a little bit of the extra in the top side and picks up the Hex Shrinker for himself as well to be able to even things up. I think the Hex Shrinker is sort of an important point for Mbesso where she can actually start trading with the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, you even saw there, Gigo not happy, threw up the angry bee and kind of like, yo, really? We're going to play this game right now. But at the same time, take a look at that. Gigo already getting that Magic Pen thanks to that Haunting guy so early on. It's a battle of Magic Pen versus Magic Resistance, right? At the end of the day, and we're seeing that mix. So for Gigo, it's all about that overheat position and how well can you kind of burn through Bull's HP bar before Bull decides, hey, I got to all in and, you know, try and break this pattern.
Yeah, and for Bull, it's a bit of a game of dodgeball. We saw him eating every single Electro Harpoon in the bot lane right now. Like,
okay. How do you dodge a flamethrower? Tell me how you do this, RMC.
No, you can eat the flamethrower. It's the Electro Harpoons you need to dodge. That's what's keeping you in the flamethrower. And for Bull, I think he kind of missed the assignment here. You're not trying to catch those. You're trying to dodge those. I think he did a fantastic job catching every single Electro Harpoon there. And that's causing him to actually lose the trades, which is an issue because I expect to see the junglers show up at the bot lane or at the isolated 1v1 sooner rather than later, not to mention with the mid laners as well. I think Miryu's probably itching to try and find a good hero's entrance at some point. If you have enough health and you're looking for the engage as Bull, that's the opportunity Miryu could be looking for. He's got TP to get right back to lane right after as well.
Well, that's another part about it. You were talking about engages. Well, this could be one, but Dasamis yet again is calling this one off, saying, hey, I'm not sure if I want to fight it directly on the grubs, but now you can bring it around. Tutscore's joining on in. There's going to be the crash down with a great chain of corruption, but it's Braum to cover most of it. So Jojo is able to body block most, but not all. Tuts is going to run for cover as Tatsu runs the interference. So it is going to be 3 kills total to VKS2 right there and 1 earlier. Feat of warfare in the hands of Cade Stars.
A great bounce back, and Cade finally in the gold lead for what feels like the first time this series. Orbital, because in game 1, Furia just went off with a running start and never looked back. We're talking about Miryu looking for that hero's entrance, and he came in fashionably late. Perfect time to knock everybody up and get the advantage. And I want to highlight too for Furia, they were feeling so comfortable. Tatu got the first 2 grubs without burning smite, so he was ready to just snipe away the third one, and K-Stars went, nah, we're not even going to let you live to be in the area, so that way we can secure at least 1 for ourselves, plus the kills. Unfortunately, 1 went to Trimby, but 2 on Dasamis, hopefully that is what K-Stars can look for to try and snowball their lanes and their carries.
Honestly, out of anyone right now, I would like it on Dasamis. I want to see Dasamis get a little bit extra levels. I want to see them be able to duke out 1v1 and all that fun stuff as we go ahead and take a look at this fight once again. This is what we expect, I think, Cade starts to be able to do with their composition. The lockdown, the CC, the immediate pincer onto enemy bodies. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see in the proactive field. And we're happy. At the same time, Fury was still able to get majority share of the grubs. So the global advantage, I think, is still in Fury's hands. But of course, that could swing at any moment throughout this game.
Yeah, because they moved faster. They had the macro, the strategic advantage to be able to set that up. But it's really in the tactical side of things that it fell apart. They didn't have the carries truly with them. Like, Ayu is not really a carry at this point in the game. And you saw that. Ayu got a lot of free autos. It just didn't do enough damage. And Tuts had burst, but he couldn't isolate a single target to get his burst down on any one target to take them out. And meanwhile, in these early fights, for Fear, if they want to go for team fights, if they want to go for 4v4s, they need Gigo with them. That Rumble with that Haunting guys you're talking about, that magic penetration, that could have turned the tides. And now with Leandri's actually, the Haunting guys upgrade coming through, if you want a team fight, again, you want to be doing it around Gigo. Don't be expecting Ayu to carry you just yet. He's not at that stage.
And of course, this is one of those times where Ayu has actually actively taken a much more passive side of the game because, hey, you went the Cole. And keep in mind, you're still up in a lot of those positions. You're still up in terms of the gold, in terms of the levels overall. We've seen, I want to say Morteus has been kind of neutered in some of these moments, even though you do have 2 assists. It's been difficult for you in lane specifically, which is why we only see a 1 gold difference. It's a very, very minimal, right, every so often. But IU has been doing the right thing the entire time. So I got to agree with you on that one. Take your time, wait it out. But for Cade Stars this time around, they're saying no full dragon stacking for you. We are going to take the cloud for ourselves. Meanwhile, Furia taking a couple plates off this top side as they're trying to stack a little bit more gold in their pocket.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing from both teams here. For Cade, the fact that they're going for objectives now that they know they're stronger was something they were sorely lacking in the first game. Great spell shield from IU to stop any engage from coming through. And Furia's response was what K-Stars needed to have done when they were behind. In game one, if you recall back, whenever Furia was going for an objective, K-Stars would show up late and either look to contest or have to kind of just walk away, having just stood around spectating the objective going down. But Furia go, okay, well, we can't win a team fight. You know that. We know that. So we're not going to go for a team fight. If you're going to go for drag, we'll overload on the top side of the map instead. We'll try and get some plates. We'll try and find some gold there, get some chip damage. We'll leave IU farming away in the mid lane. We'll leave Gigo farming away in the bot side. Just push that up. Don't even bother and try and look for the small advantages. And because of that, Cade get the dragon, but Furia equalize the gold.
And for Furia, it's all about just keeping that timer ticking, making sure you're in a good spot. Gigo, though, still playing that, can you pass this test? And Bull's been doing a much better job of dodging those harpoons. You were talking about it earlier. Sure. We saw them actually dodge 2, which is why we saw the Teemo thumbs up and the Teemo kind of head nod emotes on either side. So they understand. They understand that game plan. But I think for Bull, very specifically, when you got the Mbessa in your pocket, a lot more emphasis was placed on this Mbessa. So we really do need to see the Mbessa do well. We need to see Bull have a lot more flavor in this game and to see them be able to really help take over. As we do see the jungle invaded here, as I talked a little bit too long, and now we're seeing that fight break in. That smite goes through and it actually does go Furia's way. So at least you're able to kind of maintain your own camp advantage.
Yeah, but I do like that Cade's even looking to contest these jungle objectives. Yeah. They're not even the big neutrals and just like, that's fine. We know we're strong. We're trying to snowball that small lead. While that was happening, we also got to see Loud and Isrus Gaming. That will be the later matchup for today. And it looks like they're straight chilling. Bull is not chilling as he's diving Gigo. He's got backup, but his backup's a ways away.
Well, you say a ways away, and yet that piercing arrow can land from so far on the map. Really nice call to go ahead and flash away to safety. Tatu, though, saying, I see you in there, and with you gone now means Bull is prime pickings here, just waiting for that vault break to come back up. As soon as it's ready to go, you can go ahead, dive on in. Ooh. Bull does have flash, so if they don't see, that's big, but there it is, a catch, and a have the quick burn as well, as the equalizer equalizes this bottom lane clean as a whistle for Furia.
And the timing was so tight too, because they saw IU and Jojo rotating from mid lane, and that triggered Bull that, hey, I'm about to get ganked. But Bull thought, I see them in rotation. I know I've got time. Surprise, you didn't. Tatu was waiting in the bush, and even the flash from Bull felt almost predicted, with the cease and desist catching him perfectly, still locking down on the equalizer. Burn goes through. Furia off that pick in the bot lane, get themselves a lead. Now, with the lead, can they win a team fight? Probably not yet, but a lead's still a lead. And if Furia can maintain, kind of equal gold into 30 minutes or so, that's when IU fully comes online. That's when IU becomes a threat. And so far, IU still hasn't died this series.
Okay, well, we'll start saying that when IU actually chooses to get within like screen's length of an opponent. We'll really start talking about not dying.
He fought a team fight this game. He fought a team fight.
He fought a team fight at 0-0-0, by the way. I just want to point that out. But we are looking at an agreeable moment. Yeah, he is still unkillable. He's still been untouched. There hasn't really been an attempt on his life. But, I mean, Cade Stars are looking and understanding that the longer this game goes on, they will have to start focusing that ADC at some point. Right now, though, it is the Herald objective that everyone wants to look at. Tatu, of course, on the bottom side has already shown that they're not really worried about it. Nice little snag through the bodies, though. Jojo threw a little bit of a breaking one with the Q. If that actually had more damage, that would have been really funny to see a steal. Either way, it doesn't happen. Instead, you trade out the tower for that Herald. And we'll be first as Gigo is starting to mount up a lot of extra gold tuts, though. Recognizing that they can't can't really be here. But of course, this 2v1 position is going to force that Spirit Rush out. But Desamas saying, I can chase you down all day long. Flash for a flash. Subjugation going to be used, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Now inside of the jungle side, Trimby and Morteus are going to be jumped on here. TP coming in as well as Jojo's going to get just out of harm's way. But Tatu joining in from the mid lane actually forces Mirror to be all alone. It's an easy cease and desist as multiple people are dying. Now Gigo left all alone with late TP
in the middle.
Tuts is in the wrong spot with no abilities in tow. This is an opportunity for Cade Stars, and they are not to disappoint. That is a triple for Morteus as they are paying back Furia for game 1.
And just as we're talking about how IU hasn't dropped a single death, he drops a death, a triple kill onto Morteus as well as the carry, and it feels like so much of the narrative of the rookies this year has been about Tatu. But it's Morteus now, stepping up huge when Cade Stars need him. He's been so quiet in the laning phase, he hasn't been able to find any traction against a Sivir. But now, with the Varus, maybe this will be enough. And initially, this looks so good from Furia. Jojo makes the call, hey, we're going in. IU pops the on the hunt, and they're just pumping out the damage. But again, Sivir's one item just doesn't quite have enough damage. And I do love how Furia played out the 4v4. The way Tatu cease and desist immediately secure the kill, he's probably going to go down. But when the 5th players joined the team, that's when everything changed. Because Bo is tankier. He's actually a threat in this 1v3 situation. Whereas Tuts, when he shows up 1v3, he's a snack for Cade Stars.
I mean, when the snack can't exactly roll away, you're kind of stuck on the plate with no Spirit Rush or anything like that. Yeah, it's a snack and a half. That is a brutal showing there. And for Furia, now it's all back to that proactivity once again. They might have lost the battle earlier on, but the war over the dragon is still yet to be played. Keep in mind, Bull is on the top side, and it looks like Furia are going to be gifted this dragon for free, clearing out the mid lane as well, ensuring that VKS don't get extra. Bolt's going to get some damage. Keep that in mind. And they're going to try and keep pressuring up for at least a 1k lead of their own. Gigo, though, dancing underneath the tower, doesn't have Equalizer. By the way, that's going to be a very, very nice build to slow them down. Yeah, they're absolutely going to dive here. Quick snipe on the back line as Gigo is now one to fall. And Desamas says that's an easy heal through.
Yeah, and that was always the goal for Cade. I love how they've changed from game 1 to game 2, right? Like, we talk so much about how Furia was just cross-mapping every time Cade went for objective, and Cade go, bet we can do the same, but we can do more. And because they were in the mid lane first, great equalizer from Gigo to clear out the mid lane, but he should never have gone to the top side. The rest of Cade was not with him. He was on a solo mission for Gigo, and Cade, on the other hand, was moving together as a team. So they went for the top side. They're going to get the turret, and they get the extra kill. Gigo was always going to lose that turret. He should have just let it go. And now with that, Cade, with the triple kill as well, in a very, very comfortable position. Yes, they lost one dragon, but they extended the timer significantly for themselves as a team. And I think that's much, much more worth than just trying to fight for that dragon and skirmish around an objective that they could potentially lose.
And I want to say, if you are a Cade Stars fan, you are so proud of them for how they play this early and mid game, because this is the VKS that you have watched in the last 2 weeks played. This is the squad that they have done exceptionally well to be here in second place right now. Yes, it's been shaky. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of questions regarding Leviathan, but just this game alone, we mentioned that we need to see them step up. We mentioned that we need to see them really turn things about, and to have that mental shift, that in itself is a win in my book. Now I want to see if they can close it out, of course, and actually take the victory and push to game 3. That's that ending part of this, but still, huge step up here in the early stages as we're looking past that mid-game now, and we're maybe getting into a little bit of a touch of that late game status. Yes, it's only 20 minutes, but VKS, I'm sure, are looking at ways to shut down some of these carries once again.
Yeah, and like you said, a statement game when some people have considered their strength of schedule to be a lot easier than the likes of Furia, of Pain Gaming. But Cade, Coach Ciel said before, this year he wanted to win one of the splits, and this is the last split, and Cade Stars hasn't won a split up to now. Now they're trying to prove that they can hang with the likes of Furia, who went to the international stage, who went to MSI after split 2, to hang with the likes of Pain Gaming, the last kings of CB LOL, and the world's representatives from Brazil last year. And for Cade, they've done a fantastic early, mid-game on this game to bounce back, but the game's not done yet. They have to show us that they can close out. And for Furia is a scrappy team, especially in Split 2. We saw them come back many a times from a deficit of just one major team fight. And I'm still looking at IU. Yes, I know he's finally dropped the death this series, but with a Sivir, much like a Jinx, 3 items. Win one team fight, win the game. And so for Cade, are they able to push in? I love what they've done so far in terms of taking turrets, but mid-outer still stands. Atakan is a place you can throw. Baron is a place you can throw. And Cade Stars are starting up the Atakan.
And for me, I'm just sitting there going, man, this is going to be a weird treat. Otacon last time had some rebound issues, and for Tatsu, you're spotted out
half
on the
health
side of that of those Krugs. Now, a little bit of a charm coming out here. Mir trying to get back with the rest of the team. A quick little toss of the anchor, not really going to land. Tut's still trying to bait everyone out, and actually they forced it off.
Equalizer?
Going to cut this fight in half, but the Otacon is still burning down. It's down to about 4K. It might come down to a smite fight. Tasama's trying to step up as well. That's going to be a flash. Very nice look on that snipe, and Gigo is just gone. That's another catch on the back end, as goodbye IU and Furia are dismantled in more ways than one. This is a payment and a half as VKS snipe away 3 and take the Otacon in tow.
And Orbital, we're talking about how Atakan and Baron, those are places teams can throw, but Furia could not catch, and Chimbri through the anchor, finding Gigo to kick things off. And the CC knockup, so I didn't think that IU was quite in range for the hero's entrance, but apparently just the edge of it was enough, and that knockup meant he never got to do the damage. He just got CC down. All of Furia kind of getting caught in that chaos. And Cade, well, if a 2K goal lead was still in question, I feel like a 5K goal lead at 22 minutes or 4,500, verging on the edge of 5, is a much more comfortable place for the Cade Stars to be able to push in. And now Tatu using the blast cone to get to safety. He's kind of playing leapfrog, getting out completely, but it also means that he's not going to be able to get up and contest this dragon that's spawning in 20 seconds.
And that gold as well, we just saw the skyrocketing to 4.5 now means VKS going to do whatever they want in enemy territory, and this is what we want to see. Look at the heavy push. And the entirety of the squad is trying to hone in on hitting those scrying plants, making sure to lay down the pillars as well. A triple taunt from the flash into the chain of corruptions leads to absolute doom. The equalizer brings nothing as a piercing arrow lands another triple. Morteus pops off a bit, saying, yo, you took game 1. I show that I am here. That is a 7-0-3, almost matching IU's score from game 1.
Yeah, and we are not done the game yet, so there's more than enough chances for Morteus to do that as Tuts again TPs into 3!
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice will be a whole different story as Tuts. I mean, this Ahri has not been the greatest. That will be the 4th dragon of the game, but tied up at 2-2 means we won't be seeing a soul anytime soon. Either way, VKS going back to spawn with a massive wallet to play with.
Okay, there we go. Now we've got above the 5,000 I was talking about. 22 minutes, 6 at 23. They're feeling comfortable. They're feeling strong. And like you said, Morteus being an absolute monster right now. I don't know how Miryu as well, who we said needed to be a carry for the team. And I didn't feel like Galio was that sort of champion which you could carry on, but Miryu proved me completely wrong. His hero's entrances have been spot on. Multiple man knockups. The taunts that got kicked off with a beautiful 3-man taunt from Miryu, which catches IU once again. And IU, even with the shield, couldn't get the timing right. So anytime you've locked down Tuts, anytime you've locked down Gigo, anytime you lock down IU, 2 out of 3, the fight is as good as 1. And on top of that, Fury just have no way to threaten Morteus whatsoever right now. Like, Tuts can't dive the backline. Tatu can't focus on the Varus part of me. And because of that, Tatu gets the free fire each and every single time. No armor coming through means all that lethality is just shredding Furia.
Not just that, it feels like Tasamas has another breath of life in more ways than one, having that extra confidence to say, hey, I have my mid laner coming into fight if we break out into a 1v1. Mir, though, saying, I'm not going to hero's entrance. I'm just going to try and get a knock on the back of the head of this Ahri. So far, it's VKS pressing up the entirety of this mid-top section. You can see the wards going down as well, even though there's a ward snuck in from Furia's side. Both sides of the jungle are actually being covered, and this is actually quite difficult to do. For an entire team to cover the entirety of the enemy side jungle, but they're doing so because they were looking at a 1-3-1 pressure for a bit. Now, though, they're fully leaving that top side, moving into that mid bot, getting ready for a massive team fight, but at least breaking down this bottom outer tower, just trying to get extra gold from themselves. That's a hook going in.
What?
Screw whatever I was saying. They're just going to power on through. Equalizer landing on multiple, though. So it is a denial tool at the end of the day, as JoJo is surprisingly able to live.
Yeah, and 4K, that was what they were looking for, right? Like they were just bumping out a bunch of poke from Morteus. They were looking for the hook. They wanted to get the kill to rotate into the turret after they find a numbers advantage. But great play from Furia. They don't actually lose anybody off the back of that play, and the equalizer also managed to clear out the wave simultaneously. So Furia going to be happy with that outcome, but it's a hair-raising moment for them. The fact that K-Stars can look for that and almost pull it off is very, very dangerous. And that wasn't even the ideal setup for Cade. Now, if they can do that to you under a turret, it's so much easier for them to do it on open ground. And for Cade, they've got great vision control. They can play for Baron right now, just set up some pick vision. They don't want to be doing Baron necessarily when Furia stumble upon them. But what they want to do is find a pick onto Furia first. And once they have a numbers advantage, then Baron becomes a lot easier. Then Baron becomes almost guaranteed with a potential for extra kills on the back end.
Well, the kills are going to have to come from more than just CC, because I just took a peek at the inventories, and so far, 8 out of the 10 players recommend getting Merctrez, which is a very fair statement. Only the ADCs have opted out, and honestly, I can agree with that. But I thought it was funny to take a look at because there is a lot of CC at the end of the day. A lot of knockups as well that just don't really care. But I am wondering if Furia, considering that that both Gigo and Tatu have basically got the mini Kennick Rukern in the back pocket, I think it brings a lot of value. But you gotta look at that scaling. Mortea is currently topping the charts of, I believe that is the damage graph in there, just making sure to stay at the top with 16.6k. Making sure to throw down with the best of them. Of course, Trimby, if we looked on the how much damage taken is in there as well, I'm sure Trimby is at the top of the charts there, really making sure to stay in the front lines.
Yeah, and Trimby actually hasn't died either, surprisingly, for all that he's been tanking up a lot of this damage. Okay, Miryu now showing in the bot lane with Bull. This suggests that Furia has a numbers advantage on the top side. There is teleport available for both of these laners in the bot side, but TP takes time to channel, and I'm curious if Furia look for the snap engage. Do they have enough damage to actually burst somebody down? Morteus has that Veil of Night, so he's got a spell shield as well. It's not quite that easy to be able to make that happen. Vision denial coming through. TPs are across, and now Furia, they got to contest this. You can't get this for free.
Oh,
Another hook lands.
Unfortunately, the engage is coming to you. Trimby peeled off to the side, but Mew straight to the front. Quick snipe, thanks to the side of this Ambessa. And the call for battle rings true. VKS taking kill after kill after kill. It's 3 gone for the price of 1, and VKS are now at an 8k lead.
And like we said, Orbital, they just wanted for K-Stars to find the fight on the open ground. And when they started Baron, they were taking their own sweet time with it because realistically, they just wanted Furia to approach them. And Furia had to do that in the dark and just wasn't able to find it. And now that's pretty much fate sealed for the side of Furia. Cade getting more kills, 8,000 before they take Baron down. Once they get Baron down, they'll be over that 10k mark. They'll have the pushing power, which I think they were lacking a little bit prior to this, and so it'd be much easier for them to be able to finish that off. I will say they did not bother waiting for Bull to respawn, so it'll be Baron on 4. Bull, who's probably the biggest primary split pusher, will not have the Baron buff to help with the split push.
You know what? You helped your team get a lot of gold in your pocket. You're going back to, what, 2.5 in the bank right now, kind of rushing forward and matching pace with what Gigo has, so you know, you'll take it. You'll take it at the end of the day. And we actually get a little bit of a replay here, and watch this. Jojo trying to flash away. It was actually a really nice Glacial Fissure, but just, this is a wallet diff at the end of the day. Mir being able to jump to the backline, everyone just kind of like, well, the engage didn't exactly work like, even the Chain of Corruption missed, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I want to highlight the way Bull just found the perfect follow-up onto the taunts coming through from Miru. Like, even with the spell shield that IU has, it doesn't matter because you can only block one of the things, and you're stopping the depth charge, you can't stop the taunt. And Miru, again, is positioning himself flawlessly to constantly pressure IU, and like you said, wall diff allows him to survive while doing that. IU's doing damage. We saw that. Second highest damage in the game right now. The Sivir is a threat when she can auto-attack. So VOK starts to say, well, you don't get to auto-attack, we'll kill you. And then you're just back up on and can't do anything. Meanwhile, Morteus is just like, I get to free fire. Again, throughout the entire fight, completely unthreatened. In this siege right now, Morteus is unthreatened. He outranges you with poke, and they just need to keep the siege minion alive. Miru distracting multiple members of Furia.
I mean, that was so clean as well. You could see that Tuts and Tatsu were both out for blood, but Mir still gets that tower down, which now collapses 6 total. There's a 7th looking for the far end, but that's going to be a catch yet again onto Tatsu. Bull even misses the ult, but it does not matter. That's your primary engage tool gone. This will be Fury on their last leg, but VKS Cade Stars saying, give us blood or give us the win or give us both. Who cares? That might be the chance, but IU pumping out the damage with some of the boomerangs. It looks like they might have been overestimated for the time being, but the damage has already been done. Wave cut for both mid and bot, and the inhibitor on the bot side is already gone. Trimby, though, saying we want to finish off this fight. Great little shield to go up. There's Shield still alive, and there's a knockdown. There's a shutdown for IU's sake. Miyochi being back into the midst of this battle, but that's the second Nexus Tower to go down, and there is no chance to follow through, as that is VKS to take game 2, and we get a game 3 to start off this Saturday.
You know, Orbital, for all the complaints I've heard about the format, I will say this much about LTA South. It's been entertaining. Like, we've been keeping it fun down here. Every single week we get close matchups. Look at the Vivo Cade Stars fan. Talk your truth right now, because Cade fired back in fine fashion. It does feel like Fury kind of slipped a little bit. They didn't respect what the Samus was able to do. And I think back to sort of that early fight around the Void Grubs, right? That was where it felt like Furia slipped up a little bit. They weren't that strong. You brought a Sivir to an early game fight when she had no items and expected her to be able to match a Varus. And in a 1v1, like we said, in lane, Sivir does fine into Varus, but she doesn't win. She just nullifies him in a team fight. Mortaria just goes, bet, I don't have to hit the Sivir anymore. Hell yeah. I'll shred everybody else instead who doesn't have spell shields, who can't deal with me, who don't have great ways to deal with the early physical damage along with lethality. And with that early lead, we talked about it, Cade Stars needed proactivity. They brought it in spades, in shovels, in truckloads here in game 2.
And honestly, it wasn't even the Trimby to Samus that I was really looking at the end of the day for the side of Cade Stars, which Trimby did well. The Nautilus, as you said, in multiple fights was really there, but DeSamus actually looked confident. I have no other way to put it, but the actual gameplay from DeSamus looks so confident, so fearless, moving into some of these battles, and it feels like it comes down to, you know, you getting slightly proven wrong with Miru on this Galio. We were wondering, is this going to work? And it worked so well, having that extra heroic entrance, having that ability to follow up the rest of the team with a click of the button. Honestly, RMC, do we get to see the same type of composition come out for Cade Stars, or are they going to flip yet another type of composition for game number 3?
Well, we can't see the same type of composition come through because it is full fearless, and no champion does quite the same things as Trundle. His ability to shred a champion stats, even for squishies. Like, we talk a lot about shredding tank stats with Subjugate, but if you shred a squishy stats with Subjugate, they become basically a glorified minion at that point. Or a minion with a lot of damage, but absolutely zero stats, so they get melted. And no other champion can do that while providing the sustained crowd control that the pillar puts up. The terrain plus the slow is something that constantly refreshes. Sivir can't spell shield through that. So for Cade, they can't do the exact same thing, but I don't think it's about the composition. I think it was a mental mindset that did come through from them, and that I think we can see. Again, they can still pick another AoE composition. The Samus can pick something like a Pantheon, a Sejuani, a Maokai, a Wukong, if he'd like, and they all still have some early game threat. Wukong a little bit less, while still bring a lot of AoE or ability to kick things off. So Cade, they're in a fine position if they can hold their mental, and now the shoe's on the other foot. It's up to Furia. Can you bounce back from a loss like that? Again, it's a bit of a mental fix that they need to come through. Not so much proactivity, but I think respect and not picking fights that you shouldn't be winning if all things are equal.
At the end of the day, it is their choice, but yes, we can always say, please make the right decisions at the end of the day, because at this point, it is haymaker for haymaker, blow for blow, takedown for takedown across both Furia and VKS. I'm excited to see where this final game goes, to see if we get a shakeup in that run for the first place, or if we get a deeper spread between the current 2nd and 4th seed. Don't go anywhere. The LTA South will be right back. The final bout is upon us. It is only a 3-round fist fight. And so far, it has been one-sided in either direction. VKS waking up in game number 2 with, I mean, Miru putting out a star performance, enabling Desamas to roll on through. And in game 1, it was the opposite side. Tuts and Tatsu were rolling out. And here in game 3, it's all about who gets the better champions and who gets to stand at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's the third and final round of pick and play before enter elimination. It's the third and final round of this game as well, this series, Orbital. That we've already talked about how it might affect who ends up topping the pick and play and therefore affecting seeding to come through as well. And you're talking about how sort of the mid-jungle batteries, as I like to refer to them, have really been clicking and working together. And because of that, the games have felt rather one-sided. Once one of the mid-jungles gets a lead, it very quickly spills over the map, and the biggest beneficiaries have been the top laners, have been the AD carries. In the post-game, we actually got to check the numbers a little bit, and it was, once again, unsurprisingly, it was Morteus topping the damage charts, but Bo shortly after, and it's because once your mid-jungle gets a lead, your side lanes are so much safer to play through. Your team fights are so much easier to play through with these frontliners. And going to game 3, bro, it just feels like the attention still needs to be on Desamas Miru, on Tatu Tuts, who gets those early ganks, who unlocks their mid laners that much faster.
Of course, not to be left out is one that you see on your screen now that had a little bit of a rough moment back in game number 1, but Trimby in game 2 looked very active on that Nautilus, which was banned out previously in the game 1, so this time kind of unleashed into the game. I'm very curious if Trimby is going to continue this improvement pattern overall, because JoJo has had some amazing disengages, some amazing engages of their own, but I mean, it was Trimby that I think started off that Otacon fight that really forced that major swing, and I want to see if he's going to be enabled once again here in game 3.
Yeah, his hooks were certainly on point that game, and to give Trimby credit, even in game 1 when he did struggle, his engages were still the engages were still fine. He was still finding the engages. The problem was his team was too far behind. And I feel like that game 2 was the fantasy that we were hoping for, that we were expecting, where Desamas gets to kind of shot call a little bit more, flex the muscles that we saw from last week, be that big leader on the map, while Trimby was able to pop up as primary engaged, finding those angles when your team was already ahead from those strategic advantages. And that's the benefit that K-Stars have that not a lot of other teams can mimic. I mean, we look over to the side of Furia, and Tatu is a phenom. Tatu is amazing. Tatu is the player of tomorrow. But Tatu is not necessarily sort of that big strategic player that Desamas often is. JoJo is often not necessarily that big roamer or engaged player that Trimby has. In fact, when I think of JoJo, I think a little bit more of Enchantress. Ironically, I know that Trimby's the big Enchanter player from the EU, but JoJo's the Seraphine of Brazil.
Yeah, and that terrifies me at the end of the day. So far, I believe JoJo has played a relatively unique pool as well. In terms of the support so far, I believe JoJo has actually played 7 unique champions so far, with the Rel and the, or not the Rel, I'm so sorry, the Braum and the Renata Glass. I believe JoJo is now 7 unique throughout, and possibly 8 depending on what we see here. But of course, diving right on in, we are going to see, for what feels like some of the first time, 3 sides staying the same. VKS once again on blue, Furia on red, and this time the bans are vastly different. Well, I say vastly, but the Talia, the Ziggs, but swapping out into that Senna, and then on the flip is the Wukong, Azir, and the Nocturne.
Yeah, the Nocturne being taken away from Desamas, I think, is a crucial one. Desamas has been one of the best Nocturne players in the region, and Cade was sort of the team that was running Nocturne Oriana last year as well, to wonderful effect. But it does leave the Pantheon open, overall, and we're talking about it. If you want to have early game impact, it is Pantheon. Now, I'm not personally a huge fan of Pantheon. I do feel like he struggles a lot in team fights. So if you're picking the Pantheon, you got to have early impact, and you've got to play the side lanes really, really well. And for that reason, I want to see Bo get counterpick again, because the Ambessa did very well into the Rumble, and that was a counterpick. Whereas in game 1 on the Gwen, when he blinded that, he struggled a lot.
Well, here's the problem, though. That was a very, very quick lock-in of that Corki and the Skarner. So I'm actually a little bit worried, but this was left open. Remember, VKS have banded out for multiple games, but no, they go do old, tried, and comfortable. It's the Scion stacking in the top side, which now leads into a little bit more disadvantageous top side if Bull is going to be the recipient of a lot of those ganks. But a stacking Scion could be a very strong Scion, so depending on how the side of Cade Stars wants to run this, it could still be seen as a benefit. Last pick here, at least for this first ban and pick phase. That's going to be the anti-hover, and this time it is locked in. A little bit weaker in the 1-3 record right now, but still very, very good CC.
Yeah, and it's been Cade Stars actually banning the Annie away in the first 2 games, so it almost feels like a bit of a shadow ban here in Game 3 as well. They just don't want to give that champion over to Tuts. It's a great sort of playmaking champion to come through, and it's very, very straightforward. Just run at you, I press R, you've got problems. And with the Scion as well, it fits into that idea of just we're going to charge at you. Akali being locked in. This is probably a Tuts champion. Tuts kind of originally used to make his name back on Assassin Champions, but into an Annie? That's ballsy. We were just talking about how Miryu and Tuts, along with their junglers, have dictated the style of this game, and now you pick an Akali who's counterpicked by Annie. Annie drops Tibbers blind. I don't need to see where you are in the Shroud. I just need to vaguely know where you are, and I vaguely click in the direction of Tibbers, and suddenly you're stunned. By the time it wears off, your Shroud's almost done, and then I get a point and click on you and set you up for the rest of my team to take. So a very risky endeavor for Furia, and very in style with how they like to play and say, I'm just better. Are you though?
I love it. Honestly, we also mentioned the fact that we were seeing such a strength from Tuts specifically, having some very, very high kill participation. The damage numbers are sky high. Well, now you get to take that into your own hands. You get to be that mainstay player. If you get ahead, though, this is going to draw a lot of attention from Tatu, as well as the Samus in that mid lane, in my opinion. So, looking at some of the bans coming out here, for the top side, VKS saying we don't want to let any of those scalers, we don't want to see any of those abusing bruisers into the top side with the Yorick band away. ADCs, though, being marked away as Furia look towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, and for the Corki, probably AD carry, so we're looking for support and top lane for Furia. And I expect to see Cade Stars continue banning the top lane picks to come through, because you blinded the Scion. And Scion in the current meta almost feels like a bit of a counter pick. When you're running into a lane that's really, really strong, you just pick the Scion because you outscale and you can nullify a lot of these lanes and you'll be safe. Whereas if you're blinding the Scion, then it kind of gives free license to the other team to pick a hyper skiller. Now Gwen's already been taken away, so she can't be played, but the likes of Jax, for example, is another champion you could put into top side. Yorick is one that could kind of just win out that side lane pressure, hence why we see the ban come through. Cade split the bans. They're going for the Rakan ban instead. If we're looking for engaged supports, Leona is still on the table, and that would also be a unique pick for JoJo. Plus being an engaged support, it just feels like one of the better options we could come through here. Either that or we're looking at Enchantress, I suppose.
I just really want to see 8 unique pickups here. I would love that for JoJo, just to have a little bit of fun. You know, everyone else I think has at least 2 under their belt. I think I think it would only be the difference. No, actually, I think Gigo is still looking at that. Oh, all of a sudden, this is going to be a nice little pickup. Cassante joining in on the top side, looking to be a little bit of an annoying factor as well. You know, the old memes of 400 armor, 400 MR, and then a whole lot of freaking damage might be coming out here very, very shortly for the side of Fury as they're looking to stack their front line up.
Yeah, now 4K trying to bypass that front line, try and find something that can ignore it. Misfortune with the bullet time, doesn't care how many tanks you have. If you don't have a Braum, you can't stop it. And you don't have a Braum because it got played last game. It is, however, vulnerable, though, because Misfortune, as Lunade often likes to remind us, our regular chatter here, she kind of self-roots a little bit when she ults, and there are ways of getting to that backline right now for Furious. Garner can force his way in, Cassante can all out, Akali can hop in, so you need a support that can peel for her, that can give her space, and I love the Alistair pickup right now. Hit, but one of the most effective ways. Pulverize can stop people from even just walking in the front. So great setup from Cade Stars already. My only concern is a bit of a lack of damage in the late game. And for Furia, what do they go with support? The Leona, like we talked about, still there, still optional. But they want the Nico. That's more damage, more engage, more threat, but also a lot squishier when looking for the initial engage. And I worry because Annie's still a great way at just popping a lot of these squishy targets.
Well, granted, in the previous games, I mean, VKS threw down a lot of respect for that Nico on JoJo. Actually banned it out, I believe, back in game number 1. Game number 2, it didn't really matter that much. So you were just like, okay, we'll leave it open. But I gotta agree, it is very, very squishy. And all of a sudden, we're looking at Furia saying, okay, you have a pretty good team fight composition here. You got the Skarner, you got Cassante to follow in through, and then you got the Nico if you get the Pop Blossom, and then the follow-up from IU and Tuts, which Tuts, I mean, is going to be trying to do damage either way. For the side of VKS, though, this is an all or nothing composition. It feels like very heavy on that upfront damage, but after that, it's like, you know, you might not be able to shred through that Skarner. You might not be able to shred through that Cassante as cleanly.
Yeah, and I don't expect for Morteus to get to stand and deliver the same way he did on the Varus last game. Like, there's a lot more threats into the back line, a lot more tools. It's not just praying that your Vi can somehow press R on the back line and survive to actually be a threat anymore. No, Akali has a lot more ways to the back line. Corki's a lot more mobile. Nico, if Nico can get in the back line, and if she outs properly, even if she dies, that's fine. She did her job. She got the damage. She locked people down. So yeah, I'm liking the compositions a lot more from both of these teams, despite the fact that there are some it feels like, I don't want to call them ego picks, but certainly a higher threshold of execution comps coming through. The Cade starts, man. VK, Vivo Cade, all the way. I like their creativity. Where are the Furia fans at? Come on, guys. Can't be letting the Cade fans just get away with all the fancy stuff here.
I'm guessing so. Either way, you're showing your enthusiasm. This matchup is the start of this fantastic weekend. I want to point that out. This is the first series of today, first series of the weekend, and we get a game 3. That is only going to be a small taste of what is to come. Both Furia and BKS ready for the final battle. We'll go ahead and dive on in and figure out who, we'll go ahead and take the victory here as we enter Summoner's Rift one more time.
Okay, and just a reminder, pretty much all the matches this week actually have pretty decent implications as well. We've got the Loud Isurus matchup after this one, which could decide who goes to the upper bracket and lower bracket, especially if Isurus can eke out a win. They might actually get that second life up on that top side. And tomorrow we get Leviathan versus Fuxu W7M. They're both at the bottom of the standings, but nobody wants to be lost. Gigo and Bull.
You gotta love him. You got to listen. As soon as the final game comes out to play, top laners know you're gonna be in for a wet noodle fight. You're Cassante and Sion. You don't do anything until about 25-30 minutes into the game. Anyone yelling at me about that, you can go eat your own sock, because that's what even the players say as they dance the do-si-do. It's a treat and a half. So you can already see the players well and truly in a good mindset, which is good to see in a game 3 of all things.
Yeah, and we're also getting to see Smalley being interviewed a little bit down in the picture-in-picture. A little bit unfortunate we don't get the sound coming through from their broadcast, because he actually does speak English, so the interview is probably in English. And Smalley, sort of the original Misfortune Meister for Vivo Cade Stars last year. A big reason why Vivo made a strong push as Cade did was because of that man on your screen there, on Misfortune specifically, and he was matching Titan blow for blow, and was often a big threat for the team. And now let's see if Morteus can live up to those massive shoes that Smalley has left behind.
It's a tough one to think about. But of course, in the early stages here, we're already seeing Tuts eat quite a bit of damage, getting that Shroud up and looking for the extra damage in return. But we were talking about this matchup, Miru making sure to get the autos down as well. And it's an understood in a melee versus range, especially with the auto attacks. I believe that Annie has some of the longest auto attack range of any of these mid lane champions out there. It is actually a ridiculous range all on its own. But of course, Tatsu clearing out his top side. It is a decent cover, and I love the runoff on the bottom side. I love that run.
Smalley avoiding a gank on stage. But speaking to the range of Annie, though, she actually used to have 600 range, which was basically marksman range. 600, that's Ashe level ranges, which is higher than quite a few marksmen, actually. They nerfed that a while ago. So she's still long for the mid lane, as you correctly pointed out, and certainly much longer than Akali can deal with. So Tuts is definitely going to struggle a little bit in this range. I love that we're seeing Miru use the ultimate ability of all mid laners, right-clicking. It's a great effect. Again, I've seen a lot of mid laners not right-click whatsoever, but also using Disintegrate to great effect as well. You know, with that Q, just throwing it out there. And you can see the Shroud, if you can get it off before Shroud goes off, Shroud doesn't protect you from it. That projectile will follow you. So it's pretty much guaranteed damage. And then Incinerate the W with the Cone. Again, I don't care that you're invisible. I'm slamming you with an AoE. And unless you hopped away, unless you use that Shuriken Flip at the same time as the Shroud, you're going to get hit. So this Akali pickup from Tuts, good luck. You knew what you're getting into. You're going to suffer for it. And now you're calling your jungler. Tatu missed!
It was so close to getting the pin. At the same time, Tuts was in a world of pain right there. And I gotta say, I appreciate you, RMC. I appreciate you for trying to make possibly the simplest champion in League of Legends sound like an absolute, like, mind bender of a spree. What we're looking at, though, is this bottom side as well. IU taking a little bit of damage, sure. What feels like the first time, and I say that with all the love in my heart, because both games 1 and 2, IU had the better hand, and a lot of these engages and a lot of these mini trades, which is why we saw the Sivir feel like it was getting a good early game exchange. But Morteus on this misfortune saying, I know how to play, I know how to play the double up, and I know how to play the make it rain. I will do my best to take control, and so far, you are doing so.
Yeah, and that's because for the first time I feel like this series, we're not seeing a nullified matchup where one AD carry has a significant advantage over the other, or that the AD carries want to interact. It's more about the supports, I feel like, in this particular game between Jojo and Trimby. And Jojo was technically favored in this matchup because he is ranged, and he can get a lot of the poke down. But you've got to get it on the right people, not only on Trimby, but ideally you're catching both Trimby and Morteus. If not, IU and Morteus are fairly evenly matched between the Misfortune and Corki early. Trimby with the early roam, as we've called for throughout the series. You love to see it. And Tuts is opting to go back in against all this AoE.
I love it. Hey, you go ahead and you got to be a little bit ballsy whenever you play assassins like this. So, hey, respect on the other side. The problem is you got to watch your HP bar, and I guess you're also rocking that Doran shield plus the no magic mantle. So you're saying, hey, I can sustain up a little bit better than Miru can. But Jojo, riding around on the edge, just saying, I'm here to help out if necessary, which is appreciated. But for VKS, their eyes are looking at a little bit juicier prize here, getting a ward down on the dragon as the ADCs duke it out a little bit and their HP bars get a little bit of damage on it.
Yeah, we already talked about the AD carries. Their trades are going to be fairly minor unless they choose to all in. The mid still fascinates me, especially as we're going to hit level 6 soon enough. It's going to be incredibly spicy. Both of them are looking for the assassination with the Akali ultimate. Perfect execution can literally execute you when you're that low. But Miru with Tibbers as well. Annie used to be... Oh, they're both 6. The Tibbers.
You gotta wait. You're hoping for the Shroud, but Shroud doesn't come up fast enough. So you say, no worries. And remember, there's no TP. So best option is just push the wave, feel comfortable. And of course, Tasamas is in the rotation to make sure you get a little bit extra for yourself. On the top side, though, we're seeing a little bit of a battle as that's Bull actually stolen away for the battle. But you don't own in into your tower. Gigo is going to look for that dive, but a great sidestep from Bull ensures that you don't get knocked back. And Bull is able to survive after burning both the ult and the flash.
Okay, a bit of a wet noodle fight in this top side. I think they overcooked the noodles a little bit there. It got kind of spicy, but hey, you know what? I'm down to see the top laners actually fight and there to be an actual kill threat on to Sion. But action all across the board in terms of scrapping, no kills yet. And frankly, the kill threat, the only real one was kind of in that mid lane between Miru and Tuts when they were hitting level 6, but both opted not to take the risk because at best, I think that was going to be a sort of 1-for-1 trade. Even if Tuts gets perfect execution off, if Miru drops Tibbers, Tibbers will finish off the kill. There's the revenge kill portion that you've got to remember from Tibbers, the fact that he gets faster and does more damage when you kill Annie. So Tuts respecting that rightfully. I think Tuts is instead trying to play for that one-item power spike. And I'm looking at the junglers again, Orbital, to try and make things a bit more interesting. The Samus, we talked about the Pantheon. It's really good early. It's great in the laning phase. You get some good ganks. Once you unlock level 6, you can really get to the side lanes a lot faster. You have that global pressure. But so far, we've not seen the Samus look for anything. We saw Tatu look for something earlier in the mid lane and kind of miss the external impact, which was a little bit rough. And now he's level 6. He's got access to the Impale as well. That's great for team fighting. And Furia might start to look for these objectives. Look for those 3v3s, those 4v4s.
Well, of course, we hope that they can do so. As much as we say they should be looking for it, honestly, in their minds, they might not be looking at that. We get to see a little bit of a lane swap here as the ADCs rocket out on the top side. This time it's actually IU that calls for it early. Keep in mind, in both games 1 and 2, I believe VKS were the first ones to kind of step to the tune of a lane swap to push their ADCs on the top side, which has led to some interesting dragon take positions that Furia has been able to take control of. This time around, though, it's going to be a little bit simpler as you can see Tatu tossing in the reins a little bit with that Skarner if they're given a chance.
Yeah, throw the reins harder though. Like so far, it's not giving us anything yet.
Like we're sitting there, we're kind of bored after games 1 and 2. I'm not gonna lie, like this feels very boring, even though it is understood to be a very calculated and cautious game.
Yeah, CBLCK, and it's, like you said, understandable. The first 2 games have been so heavily snowballed that it feels like both teams, nobody wants to give away those early advantages because they know that the other team is really, really good at capitalizing on them. And once you get those lead, it becomes incredibly hard to come back in. And because of that, Furia kind of get those scuttles for free. No contest this time. Tuts gets Tibbers dropped on him. Desam is still on the hunt, but there is flash for Tuts. So the gank, it's so incredibly difficult. I think if you don't use the Grand Starfall, you're not going to get deep enough. Flash is traded.
Okay, you bait out the flash, and I think both Mirror and Tuts, like, no sweat off their back. Both of them are like, yo, all right, DPS check, done. We got that out of the way.
Okay, you know what? If no sweat off your back, I'm sweating up for both of them right now. This mid lane is so incredibly spicy. And by the way, huge props to Tuts as well. We talk so much about how Annie has so many counters to the Akali. Tuts is only 2 CS behind, which is basically negligible. That's pretty much dead even. IU has no mana, gets caught out, has the flash to survive.
Once again, some of these changes are coming about. All of a sudden, it's Gigo's turn to be jumped on here with no flash available because you duked it out earlier. You're going to try and all out this one, but all you're going to do is all out your own death. A quick little knock on the back of the head leaves you below HP. The sustain, though, is getting out of control here. There's a final leap on the back of your head, and Samus takes it away. It took quite a long time, though. Good on Gigo for staying alive as long as it did.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Fury, nobody was in the area. Like, you see Tatu, that was JoJo. It was JoJo all along, and JoJo can't do anything. He knows that, okay, do I try and flash heal? We did that a lot last game, and it did save Gigo a couple of times, but it also left JoJo up a creek with no paddle towards the end of the games a couple of times. So JoJo saying, okay, we'll give up the first blood, we'll give Kate Stars the kill advantage for now, but we will take positional advantage instead around the dragon. We don't want to lose 2 and lose dragon, so we'll give a kill, we'll set up for the objective instead. And you can see Kate starts respecting that. The Samus completely left the area, and instead we're seeing the bot lanes swap back from the top side to their natural habitats.
Sometimes the change of scenery was not what you thought it was. The grass was not greener on the other side, even though that you've trekked in both gardens multiple times, and you just head right back down. You say, okay, still farming up. IU still has yet to hit that 2 items, waiting for that Triforce, of course. Trimby and Morteus, though, making sure that they're this time in position to help out on this dragon if they so wish, get that dragon stacking going. It's actually the longest as well that we've actually seen a dragon go without being taken. It is 11.5 minutes. We yet to see any major movements over there, but that's going to be the Impale being used, plus a Pop Blossom, and can't get away. So that will be an elimination. Great kill coming out from the side of Furia. Of course, it's being matched by Trimby, trying to be an annoyance. Pinch against the wall, though, as Tatu watching that happen. A quick little cue from JoJo, though, brings about pain. Timber gonna try and get revenge, and you do, but it's taken away by Trimby. At the end of the day, Trimby.
Where are we going?
Pinch against the wall as well, as that will be a final third. All of a sudden, in the mid lane, it is blood for the Blood Gods, as Furia will take the feat of warfare.
There we go. They heard us whining away, and they just had to give us action. Just like that, script got flipped. Feats of Warfare goes the way of Furia. Great punish from JoJo, and Tuts getting a kill was massive. Is Bo in trouble? He's got flash.
No.
He caught flash! Oh, his flash is not enough. He could not get out.
Okay,
and you might jump too.
Thomas, you gotta get some revenge back. No, you can't. You don't want to die. You don't want to die at the tower. Oh, everything's collapsing. You called it. That script being flipped from quiet to very, very loud, even though Loud's playing next series. Fury has really stepped up here in this game number 3, saying, hey, we're done waiting around. We have the CC ability, and we just had to call a shot here. And I love the fact that they did it in the mid. I will always say this. Anytime you run an assassin, jungler's got to help. You have to kind of jumpstart your mid laner if they're going to be that assassin player to get them moving.
given the volatility, it almost was inevitable that it was going to be a mid lane where we see the most action, but it's Jojo coming up with a minion form, you know, kind of catching that off guard. Dasamis, the flash wasn't enough to give enough space. And this part was such a dicey moment when Trimby came up. Tibbers was doing a lot of work, but I think Miryu lost track of himself a little bit. He got too much blood in his eyes. He wanted Tuts. He wanted Jojo. And so he oversteps in that attempt to get Tibbers in there, to get that damage. And meanwhile, Tatu's just like, oh, okay, well, if you're stepping up, I do damage, guys. Like, Skarner, yes, his damage got nerfed multiple times, but before he was broken. Now, he's just viable. And yeah, it takes him a lot longer to kill you, but you're just a little girl. You have 0 defensive stats, and you're walking alone in the woods. The jungler's just going to happily pop out. It's not a Warwick. But I'd argue that seeing a Skarner pop out of the jungle is scarier than seeing a Warwick pop out the jungle.
Especially with the amount of HP that's currently in the bank. That is a lot to work with already. 68
True.
stacks and counting.
Yeah.
So you're already sitting up at that higher level, which before Tatu in game number 1 looked like that star player, and this time they're going to try and do it again. Of course, we've seen this song and dance before. Top lane getting a little bit towered over here, but just like in game number 1 as well, it is going to be Tatu immediately starting up this dragon, but it's not second or third dragon. It is going to be the first one of the game thus far. Tuts, though, eating a lot of damage and now immediately breaking into that perfect execution. Are you going to find it, though? And no, you say we're out. So a smart call down because the rest of the team was on the top side. VKS can't do much.
And I'm not sure I really liked Jojo kind of using the clone right there because he was in Tatu form. But it kind of gave away that it was 100% Jojo, and it definitely wasn't Tatu. Now, I know Tatu was doing Dragon. I'm actually not sure if the ward spotted Tatu dropping a control ward or who put that control ward there. But if they didn't know Tatu was already on the Dragon, Jojo kind of gave it away. And that was what forced Tuts' hand a little bit to try and outplay and clear the wave before it came in. It ended up working, so Furia's fine. They get the Dragon for free. But Tuts just has to burn the teleport to get back into lane, but it's matched by Miryu anyway. So Furia walk away with a little bit off the win, but I'm still liking what Kate Stars is putting down. I'm liking the ganks to come through. The only thing I'd like to see a little bit more is that Grand Starfall being used by Dasamis to try and maybe set up some ganks that Furia won't see incoming, because there's a very small timing window when you use the Grand Starfall, and especially with the amount of stuns and setup that Kate Stars have. If you get a stun off, it pretty much guarantees Dasamis gets his stun off and you continue to CC chain.
It's only going to be a matter of time before we see Furia also being like, guys, we really need more than just Merc Treads. We need a little bit extra in the bank. All ready to set up, though, for Tuts and Tatu. They are ready to go with their get-out-of-jail-free card, or at least a get-out-of-jail card itself. A little bit of fire from the mid lane, though. As the build is currently being started up, this would be the third for the feat, if possible. Looks like there's not really going to be a contest. Right now, VKS are not in a position to deal with it. So Tatu cleanly finishing up the Herald, and will be using that to break down, hopefully, a tower in their pocket.
Yeah, Trimby getting chunked out before the fight even starts, unfortunately, and even with the Unbreakable, kind of Miryu also didn't have Tibbers available. So I think Kate Stars wisely backing off, but Orbital, I'm starting to feel a little bit antsy this game. You know, we talked about how both teams were very cautious to start the game because they know about the snowball effect and how good teams are at snowballing. Well, Furia is starting to snowball a little bit. Them getting the Herald means they're sitting with effective gold in their pocket. So that 2.5 thousand gold lead could snowball very, very quickly. And especially, I think, back to game 1 where we saw Tatu use Shelly to disrupt a massive team fight. It almost adds more value to my hit. It's not just the turret now. It's also potentially another team fight tool if Tatu can use it as effectively as he did in game 1.
That would be the key playmaking potential, especially with the amount of investment, I guess is the best way to put it, that VKS are using to try and track Tuts and keep Tuts in the back foot. So far, Tuts has not really been able to out CS. Is keeping pace, which is exactly what you want from an Akali at this point, you know, especially being contested multiple times. But I feel like Tuts would really appreciate the opportunity to just 1v1 Miryu straight out. Like, bro, stop having some backup. Like, 1v1 me like we're in solo queue, bro. It ain't gonna happen, of course. There is no chance of that one. Kigo, of course, recognizing that Dasamis is around the corner, so you can't 1v1 in the bot side either. This is Furia, like, come on, play gentleman's honor. Like, let's have a duel.
Wrong game. It's League of Legends. It's a 5v5 rule, but honestly, I'm with you. I'd love to see Tuts and Miryu match up, and we start the day by talking about this matchup, right? If we think all the way back to Split 1, it was Cody, it was Miryu, it was the LOA mid laners that were crushing the league in LTA South back in Split 1. And Split 2, Tuts stood out, and Tuts wants to do it again. So it's kind of a matchup, and now that Mirio's on Vivocade Stars, he's looked so much better. Like we said, second highest DPM of all players in the league come into this match. Tuts' second highest damage share in the league coming into this match, and we just cannot seem to allow that isolated 1v1. And the fact that it's Mirio who's kind of dodging the 1v1 is a little bit worrying. Because the Annie was supposed to be the Akali counter early, it gets harder for Annie as Akali picks up more items. Akali scales better.
Akali gets a lot of HP in there as well. It is one of the most frustrating facts of watching a good Akali player. No matter what you do, it always feels like you're not in that right position. But of course, right now we are seeing that dragon spawning back in about 55 seconds. It will be an Ocean dragon to play for. Main thing to look at though, we are going to be having the Otacon on the top side spawning up in about a minute and some change. So that might be the next global objective to look at after the dragon. Of course, Inferior so far looked to fight at both, has secured 1 of 2 thus far. I'm wondering if they'll be able to get the third.
Yeah, and I do feel like Cade need to fight that objective, right? You've been hemorrhaging objectives left and right to Furia. You've got a team fight composition with the Misfortune, with the Annie. They're not meant for picks, and Mirio might get picked here as 3 Skarners are rushing at him. Impale lands.
It might be 3, but only 1's real, and you chose wrong. Door number 2, unfortunately, had a goat. That's all you get out of this experiment. Bot side, we're seeing a chunk out in full.
Gigo
goes through, and that's the 1v1. Both Bull and Gigo giving a little bit of a salute right there. They understood that as top laners, you only get 1 moment to shine. That was it.
Okay, Mirio, Tuts, take notes. That's what's supposed to happen in mid lane. Just 1v1 it. Doesn't matter if you die. Gigo knew he was dead, and that's the funniest thing too, because the way he dived meant that Bull couldn't use the silent passive to actually pick up the wave. That's why Bull was just dancing and dying, because they both knew it was busted. Just a 1-for-1 trade. Gigo gets a little bit more experience for being the one to pick up the initial kill, but it's not significant. Top side though, this is the joke. You know one of them's a clone. You know 2 of them are not relevant, but when they're all rushing at you, the panic, man. I wish we saw the Mirio cam when that dive happens, because yeah, I just want to see if like his eyes widen, whether he panics or not, just watching all those huge, massive Skarners rushing at him. And in his bot lane here, was this necessary, Gigo? No, you could have just burnt a flash and got an advantage, but I love that he went in anyways, because we are just that bored right now in that 1v1 top lane.
I was going to say as well, like when you see 3 Skarners go over the wall, but only one of them is actually going through the wall, you know which one's the real one.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. I gotta agree with you. What the heck is Otacon doing? Otacon, bro, get back home. What the? That is the farthest I think I've seen Otacon pulled out of the pit.
Oh no, he can go under turret. He just wanted in, right? Like he wants to 1v1 Tuts.
He wants to 1v1. No, never, never, ever, ever. Although that would be pretty funny. We are going to see the Herald actually punish their way through as we're starting to get that action rotating through. You were just talking about it, RMC. We're starting to get that ball rolling. It started up earlier, by the way, at about 15 minutes, about 16 minutes. And now we get that true 1v1. Tuts recognizing, though, that we really don't want to be here. Protobelt's out to safety, and you're going to stay safe. But that antsiness, that need to get some sort of victory. We are seeing everyone get that chance as that's Tuts getting run down. The last one smack on the back of the head as Mirio does the hashtag outplayed. That actually kicks off the rest of the battle on the backside as that's a punch and a half in right now. Please go ahead and keep our faces up because I'm not sure if I can keep up with it. Bull trying to run interference here, but the rest of the team of VKS take down Gigo, and it is going to be a 2-for-0 at the end of the day. VKS going to control over this Otacon.
And Fury, I guess they got bored with League of Legends, so they went to play baseball. What a throw! Like, Tuts was out, and he had teleport, and you literally just burnt Tibbers. If you just TP'd back in, there's no Tibbers for Cade. They can't win a fight. Instead, you die. Gigo gets caught out and didn't find Mirio, and now Cade get to turn the tides. They get to get Otacon. Trimby is taking a bunch of damage, but he will be happy to trade his life for the cause. He goes down. TP coming in from Tuts. Can they clean house? No, they can't. As Bull takes the express train back to safety.
Oh, but Mirror wants it. Mirror saw him inside the bush, and that's going to be a double knockout. Impale on 3, though. This is an opportunity for IU to pick up quite a few kills, but no, it's Tuts to fly in from the backside of the tower. But honestly, it's still kind of a lost cause. It's only a 2-for-2, and you already lost Otacon. In comes the Grand Starfall, though, and that is going to be IU getting caught out here, and the chase is so easy. Cleanse being used, but you don't have a way over. That's a double tap to the back of the head. Morteus bringing the pain as that's their first kill of the game, and we're matched at 8-8.
You know what? IU topped the EUS ranked ladder in one event, in one MSI, which he didn't even play in. Morteus beat him. Does that mean Morteus is now the best in the EUS?
I don't know, because this looks like Miru just saying I can do all of that and more.
Yeah, so this was the initial pick onto Touch, and this is where I thought it was really, really illegal. Like, Touch just needed to walk away. He didn't respect the damage. And even if you can flash, so what? We've been over this. Annie's projectile will follow you. The fight on this side was just going to be sort of a silver lining. Now, 4v5, maybe you can make something happen, but Gigo, he teleported in and couldn't find Miru. The rest of the team just collapsed back. They bought the time. And the moment that happened, the fight was done because Miru still had teleport to rejoin the fight. And unfortunately, Furia, they just kept going, and it doesn't work out, right? We talked about sort of vengeance kill that Tibbers can put down, and Touch just goes down yet again, feeding Miru even more. Now Touch doesn't want the 1v1, and finally we get to see the first big grand starfall of the game, and it's just icing on the cake, man. It's just more and more from the Samus, and suddenly Cage Stars, actually, I was going to say, are in the lead. They're actually not in the lead, but they've caught up in kills. And I think that's massively significant. The Atakan Spirit Blossoms as well gives you more damage, and that really equalizes the game. And that makes the next team fight much more volatile. I actually don't know if Furia can just roll over it as comfortably as they like. And Cade, they have a chance because you've got a better team fight composition. Even if you're down gold, that your Tibbers, your bullet time makes up for a lot of that deficit when Furia don't have anything quite able to match that initial burst.
And not just that, the gold as well kind of makes sense when you realize that Furia were specifically, I want to say, maneuvering towards those towers. We saw the early grub take, and I say early even though it was out like, what, 10 minutes into the game. They weren't angling for it. They were specifically meant to. So their entire game plan, if they weren't up 3K at this point, you know, I would say that something feels a little bit off. So it makes sense,
guess, yeah.
at least in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, they did get the 3 turrets, so that's where the gold from the Void Grubs you're talking about, from the Herald that they were able to use to great effect. But the meta right now has been less about actually taking structures, which is, by the way, how you win the game. You don't win the game by getting kills. You get it by taking the Nexus. But the meta feels like it's by getting kills. And so when Cade are able to equalize the score, that's why it feels so much like, okay, maybe Cade's actually a little bit on the front foot. Maybe they're, you know, winning the game, even though they're actually down gold. And a lot of props to Miru for being able to bounce back after a very stale early game where he wasn't able to find the leads he wanted to get. And Morteus being much more critical in team fights. 1-0-3 right now. I'm looking over the side of IU. He's 0-1-1. And this Corki has not been able to find the ease of access. He doesn't have the range except with his rockets, which don't match the bullet time that Morteus can put across. And I'm looking at Jojo at Tatu to try and set up to allow IU in. Tut's now on the flank, will get spotted by a control ward. He's going to duel a Sion 1v1.
Uh-oh. I don't like this. You actually went back in and immediately get crashed down on it. There it is. You were talking about it before. A perfect execution to actually make a perfect escape out. That actually kind of hurts. You were hoping for the perfect execution to actually bring the damage about, but it's not going to happen. And right now, this is kind of that cannonball effect that VKS were setting up before. They have the HP. They have the damage sources to do so, and Morteus is actually able to step up very, very far. Dragon now started up. TP coming in. So Furia are going to re-engage. That is going to be Tibbers down for a little bit, but keep in mind that image is going to land on 2 though, and that's the chance pop off the back line. Are you going to be able to catch Morteus? Morteus pinch on the back end. Gigo goes ham, and that will be annihilation. VKS get a taste of their own medicine, and it's Furia to bring 3 down.
And what did we say, Orbital? Tatu, Jojo, get in there, distract them. IU goes in, and the fight's 1-3. It's just that easy sometimes. And Furia, they finally find the winning formula, one full play. Props to Tuts as well. He learned his lesson from the last time. Miru burns Tibbers to try and kill Tuts. If you don't get the kill on Tuts, Tuts has TP. He just goes back to base, TP's back, and suddenly Miru doesn't have the AoE stun that the team needs from him to cause that initial pick-off, to allow Morteus to get the bullet time. And the bullet time kind of fizzles out. It's a second. That was the amount of bullet time you had. And the Furia, they get the 3 kills. They rotate over to the Baron, pardon me. They're able to pick that one up as well. And now Furia back firmly in the driver's seat, looking to be able to make that happen. And we get to see the replay of the fight. I want to just highlight, like, look, the Impale just comes down, right? And look at Morteus in this fight. He's trying to do damage. He gets picked off by the Pop Blossom. It's not a ton of damage coming down on him immediately, but he just never has the safety with Gigo sitting on him to bullet time. And literally, what was that, 1-2 waves because of the initial wave. That's all Morteus got off. That's not what you want to have happen if you're in misfortune.
Absolutely not. And it's a painful one to look at here because all of a sudden, that gold lead that we were talking about, the kills that were going around, it does feel like Fury is starting to swing their weight in gold. Tuts as
Oh,
well, getting a little bit of a chance. That's a jump
flashing
in,
in.
an immediate ult, but of course, that is the
Oh.
stylization of Tuts teaching a tutorial on how to deal with an Annie.
Yep, and we talked about the fact that Akali skilling does become problematic as the game goes on, and that's why I guess Tuts felt comfortable picking the Akali into what was a bit of a lane counter pick, and now Tuts is a problem. You can see them. You can see Kate start stressing out a little bit. How do we deal with this 4-2 and 3 Akali? How much can we blow on him in a team fight before the rest of the team rolls over us? And Tatu once again with a fantastic 307 game. Bull and Gigors. No, Jojo, don't do it. Don't get in there.
Bull is.
Gentleman's
I
honor.
really don't like where Bull is, but of course that might be the bait as Gigo
Okay.
watches the tower goes down and said, hey, let's go ahead and battle it out. All out for the
Morteus, though?
Gonna be Tatu looking for the Impale, forcing a flash out. Tower on the top side is falling, so this is a 4v4. This is Furia just collapsing in. TP now for round number 3-4. I don't know, but Miru says I want a piece of it, but the piece is given right back, and they're just annihilated. What just happened? Annie is gone for the second time as soon as they respawn, and that allows Tatu to go absolutely freaking ham. This tower means nothing. The bodies mean nothing. The HP means nothing at all. Gigo will flash away to safety as down goes Bold, and the most unlikely ace comes about. Thanks to Furia with a 12.2k lead. They say, give us back our victory. We bring ourselves to a 3-0 series score, and we will take our Doom rewards in the upper echelon of the top 4.
Orbital, I am very puzzled. The only piece of the action Miru was going to get there were the pieces he's resting in. After he literally just walked into them, 8 damage in turn. What a way to end the series. Let's put it that way. It baffles me. I'm still puzzled. You know what? Props to you, Furia. Furia's happy, understandably. That fight was a struggle. And that game probably should have ended the way it did. That was just a wild finish there. And for Kane, you're going to be kicking yourselves after that. Right? Like, y'all fought back from such a tough position. Y'all were in a position where you could still look to win the series. You could have taken the top of the table. And then that's the final fight. It fizzled out on the bot lane.
I will say it's kind of poetic, the fact that both Tuts and Miru had moments of just like, our TP was not a good TP. Like, you can go back and physically read the TPs, like, we probably shouldn't have done that. But it's so good because both these players have had such high highs as well. I mean, Tuts showing up on that Akali, that tail end battle, the whole reason Miru was in that position where they were forced into this fight or flight response was because of the solo in the top side, was because of these moments, like, and that's what caused the snowball. Like, everyone had a moment, even Tatsu, you know, on this Skarner. Great pickup, by the way, in this game 3, very much needed to help crest Furia into that mid game. Like, it was so good from every single player here.
Yeah, it was a bit of a signature champ for him last split. It was his most played champion, played it 9 times, and this split it's been conspicuously absent. And the fact that I think he picked it shows that Furia did really want to win that game, right? He was deathless on that Skarner. He was becoming a massive tank. We talked a lot about the Miru versus Tuts matchup because it was so volatile and so fun. But at the same time, I do think Tatu was kind of the rock of the team in this series, right? He was really solid, and when he did well, when he wasn't on the bye, the team as a whole did very well to be able to follow up as well. So congratulations to Furia for that win, and that kind of makes things fun in the standings as well, because now you got, you know, teams who are like sort of 2-1 and a big cluster forming up there as well. Isris now in the next series is going to be looking to find a win over Loud to put themselves in that same contention in that 2-1 region. And tomorrow we will end with Red versus Pain, who will be battling for sole first place.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the LTA South, where we're going headed straight into the second series. For those of you who just joined us, well, you just missed Orbital and RNC, but now you have me. I'm AC, this beautiful guy. Right next to me is the SuperBren, and we're here to bring you all the action in and out of the Summoner's Rift for the second set. Loud versus Isurus. Bren, how are we doing today?
You know, we're doing pretty good. And for this second series, it's got, again, I think all 4 series this weekend have a chance to really matter as we are moving into elimination next week. And what matters today is, can Isurus get another win? Because if they can win convincingly, they can sneak into the top 4 still. And that's going to matter because with the playoff format, with the elimination format, the top 4 teams effectively have an extra life. Their bracket is a double elimination bracket, but all of the bottom 4 teams have to essentially play a single elimination gauntlet the whole way through.
Wow, what an impressive bracket to an already convoluted little format where the losing team actually chooses their opponent. And coming into this, you were telling me how important the series was, especially for Loud if they want to stay alive in the fight for this title.
Yeah, so for Isurus, they have a chance to, you know, stay in that top 4 or sneak their way into the top 4. For Loud, it's really just like, can they get their feet under them? Because Loud has not looked good so far in this split 3. Just the changes overall to their team have been, you know, a little devastating for them. Obviously, the retirement of Tinones has drastically shaped what Loud looks like moving forward. And they just have not been able to play cohesively as a unit. They die a lot, AC. I mean, I'm telling you, the only team that dies more than Loud is Leviathan, who is 0-4. At least Loud has managed to pick up a game in both of their series losses, but they have yet to win a series, something that Isurus can say they have done.
Yeah, the Isurus have won a series themselves. I mean, they're only 2 series deep, but Loud has managed to steal a game from both of those series. Now, Loud is one of those teams, every time I see them play, I feel like they have something to show for, and they look consistent in the games that they won. The 2 games that they won, they look super consistent, but they can't translate that consistency to a whole series, and it's so heartbreaking to see them in this stage.
Yeah, Loud actually, despite their lower position in the, you know, standings, they are, like you said, consistent when they are ahead. If they have a lead at 15 minutes, they will win the game. That is what we have seen. Both games, anytime that they have had a lead past 15 minutes, they have been able to turn that into a win. And so, you know, that is at least in and of itself a kind of strong showing. Being able to, you know, get that lead and hold on to it is good. But Loud, unfortunately, struggle in the early game to get that lead. But luckily for them, so does the side of Isurus, who are actually on average further behind than Loud at 15 minutes, but have had some better macro in the mid game to make up for it, and that's why they were able to steal away a series.
True. And to be fair, both of these teams did lose to the same teams, or at least one of them, which were the Red Canids, and the match that Isurus won was a very well disputed match against one of the bottom teams, Fluxo. So if that shows us anything, is that this is a good chance for Loud to get their foot in the game here. Perhaps.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be important for Loud, I think, just mentally to take something from this series. And for Isurus, it's just important, you know, going back the other way to say, like, hey, you know, yeah, we won like a highly contested series against Fluxo, who is generally considered a bottom team, but we are not done. And if you give us a beatable team, if you present us as a beatable team, we can beat them. And so that's going to be an important, you know, kind of lesson for Isurus to take moving forward.
No, absolutely. And Isurus, who, like you said, are looking for a spot on the top 4. They're currently tied with Furia, but Red Canids, Vivo Keatstars, and Pain Gaming are 2-0 right now, so definitely every game counts for the time being. And, well, I mean, these games definitely start in the draft, and we've seen some drafts of all time. I believe last time we worked together, we saw a Volibear in the jungle going Cosmic Drive first item.
That is correct. We did see that in that series, and we've seen just a lot of champions that aren't necessarily super top meta threats still have some presence. This is kind of a discussion that's been going around online, but League is in some of its the most balanced it has ever been. Some people are arguing that perhaps the game is actually too balanced, and that makes it less fun. I have some things I want to say to those people. Because in my opinion, having it so that if you are better at your champion than your opponent is at their champion, like, just means that you have a very strong chance to win. That's the way I like to play the game. I think that's how competitive games should be. And you've seen that in the itemization, or rather the prioritization of specific pocket picks that can shine in the current meta, because despite being centralized on, there are some picks that are objectively better just for the competitive strategy, the competitive draft that you normally see. We've seen things like IU is able to pull out Yasuo from time to time in the bot side. We've seen the brand new champion Yunara, who is on its face not a super strong champion, just looking at the win rate, but has performed exceptionally well here in the pro scene, at least in the LTA South. And so, with the game in the state that it is, we're going to probably see some interesting drafts.
I would say so. But speaking of drafts, I wanted to ask you, just to know if we're on the same page. What's the patch currently we're live? Is it 25.15 that we're alive right now?
Yes, we are currently on season 15, patch 15. God. So there
Rek'Sai.
are some big changes that came through for a few champions. You'll know that I think Rel, who's generally a pretty prominent support, has been kind of nerfed at all levels of play. A couple of other major changes, Alistar, I believe, as well. Some of the tank supports getting their base armor reduced, which is a pretty significant change. But in the past, champions like Braum and Leona have had those similar nerfs put on them and have been able to weather it and survive it. So we're going to see how much this patch actually shook up the meta. But like you said, champions like Rek'Sai got a bit of a buff.
I mean, the fact that she has true damage back.
Exactly.
That's massive.
I'm sorry, the itemization for certain champions like Bel'Veth is now particularly stronger. Actually, so strong that Bel'Veth got a compensatory nerf to tune back what was a really strong buff for her in the buffs to the Blade of the Ruined King and the Kraken Slayer items. And so, I think we actually have kind of an interesting patch we're on as we go forward for this match today.
We have seen a couple of matches already today. Well, 3 matches in this case, because we have witnessed Furia versus Vivo-Keyed Stars in a best-of-3 match, which was... It was a slugfest of a match, I'll tell you that. But it was a fun match, regardless. I enjoyed skimming through it. Seeing a Sion get bodied in the top lane is always a thing of beauty. It's one of those laners where you want to leave alone, but you can't stop staring once it starts to catch fire. And everybody tries to put it out. But still, it was an incredible match. It was a match that really started to define the upper bracket. And this one is definitely going to help define that upper bracket as well, with Furia and Vivo-Keyed 2-1. And here we go, SuperBren, straight into the draft, where in the first game, Loud are going to be on the blue side.
Now, Loud on the blue side and prioritizing their jungle pick, going to immediately pick up that Wukong. We've seen that Wukong has been kind of a favorite of junglers that are willing to get moving and get scrappy. And we know that Griffin is willing to get moving and get scrappy. We saw the Ambessa jungle come out. Speaking of weird drafts, how could we not mention Griffin's Ambessa jungle? Even though they lost, it did look very good. On the flip side, the Yunara and the Sion coming out, and that signals to me that we want to have a more scaling kind of game plan for Isurus, a team that wants to really just hard team fight later and front to back, which Yunara is so good at, having a decent amount of magic damage on her kit, despite generally having to itemize full crit to get the most out of her passive.
Yeah, just mainly because she's a volatile champion. I like to see her with Enchantress. We talked about this last week, but regardless, she's going to be a very, very big menace here, especially with the Talia stopping the Wukong's entrances and stopping that free ball delivery system for Jewel. It's going to be a big champion in the mid lane that I do feel like Loud are going to pay extra attention to try and shut down as we enter the second rotation of bans. And Kai'Sa is a priority here for Azuru. They want to focus the bot lane for the time being.
Yeah, you're exactly correct. Snaker has kind of caught fire for Isurus. Starting in the last playoffs, where he had that one kind of like wake up game where everyone went, "Hold on, this guy is like a professional League of Legends player. This guy knows what he's doing. He can carry a game." When we saw him go absolutely insano style on the Zeri, and now he does get some genuine attention paid to him, despite that his team is going to ban out the Kaista because they have the Yunara already, and they're getting ready to, I assume, try and mitigate their losses in the bot side. You see the Rakan also banned out by Isurus, meaning they're trying to protect that laner that has to scale up, that has to get strong. Their root is still a serious threat, is still one of the better ADCs in the LTA South, and so limiting his champion pool to try and let someone like Snaker scale up for the late game.
Exactly, and the fact that you also ban Rakan means that no Zai Rakan are going to be coming out on the Loud side. So this leaves a few options open. I see Alistar is still open, even though he did get nerfed like we discussed earlier. Alistar Jhin could still be an option here for Loud. It's been such a mainstay bot lane here. Or you want to go for the scaling? Why not? Just lock in the Sivir. Alistar is there. I guess that's predictable, but I am afraid for this early game of Loud. We talked about this. Their early games leave a lot to be desired. And with the full scaling comp, seems like Redbird's going to have a big job to do here as the Alistar.
Yeah, Redbird, especially depending on what Ackerman is willing to pick up here on the Red 5. We know Ackerman has a pretty versatile champ pool. He has played both some very aggro picks like the Nautilus that we see come out. We've also seen a number of enchanters do very well in his hands like the Lulu. Loud do have to kind of carefully navigate the early game, but both teams have a very similar style of play here, other than the top lane, which is where the biggest difference is out. Robo on the Rumble, and Robo's Rumble is very strong. But other than that, it is an engage heavy fighter jungler. It is a high burst damage AP mid laner, a scaling team fight, front to back ADC with a tank engage support. They have very similar identities here, and so it is going to come down to whose composition is easier to pilot. And I do generally want to give it to the side of Isuru's here, because like you mentioned, that Talia throws a huge wrench. If you want to go in for the headbutt pulverize combo, you cannot. If you want to dash in and cyclone, you cannot. And so it throws a big wrench into what Loud might otherwise want to do.
Exactly. And even the rotations from the junglers themselves, I feel like there's going to be a lot more attention needed for the Sivir to stay alive in these earlier stages than the other way around. Yunara, I don't know. I feel like Yunara can keep champions at bay and she can play relatively safe without the presence of the support. And Sivir isn't really a factor until the third item or 400 CS mark. Either or.
You're exactly correct, especially with the nerfs to Sivir's early game. Sivir's one of those champions where she kind of just does, like you said, she just kind of exists for the first 2 items. That first 20 minutes of the game, she's just kind of there.
Absolutely. And here we go into the Summoner's Rift. Let's see if the Sivir is actually there as we head into game 1. Loud in the blue, Isurus in the red. Isurus need this game win if they want to tie with Furia, if they want to tie with Vivo. Keith starts for his slot on playoffs. Loud, they're trying to stay alive on an 0-2 scoreline. And right now, you see a very standard start. Unsealed Spellbook on both supports. Seems to be the go-to nowadays. With the amount of roaming that we see from these lanes or from these individual players and roles.
Yeah, the support being able to pick up the Unsealed Spellbook, it kind of always happens when that rune is strong enough for consideration. Because when you are an engaged support, I feel like I talk about this every week because Nautilus is such an evergreen champion. Your job is to go in, disrupt the enemy team, mess with their game plan, CC their backline, and then die. Because if you've ever gone to a Worlds or done your Worlds crystal ball and said, I wonder which champion's gonna die the most this Worlds, the correct answer is Nautilus pretty much every year. And that's because it gets a lot of play. You're going to see him, like I said, evergreen, always useful. And they don't really care if they live or die once that full rotation, once that CC is out and they've done their job for their team. And so do you need the extra armor from the aftershock that you would otherwise be taking if you don't care and you're just going to go in and smite the dragon now?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a really good trade-off for those supports.
Yeah, you die a little bit earlier than what you would have with the aftershock, but are those 2 or 3 seconds really going to matter all that much in the long scheme of things when you have a contestable smite that's going to put pressure on the enemy jungle? I don't think so. Ackerman's still trying to pull out the good old hook, trying to get someone from Loud, knowing full well that Route can't fight at this point in time. So, level 2 is achieved. Redbird tries to punt Snaker away, but bot lane is going to be bot lane. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Loud in these initial moments, especially with the fact that Griffin can't really do much as a Wukong early on.
Yeah, Wukong needs to farm up to get a few levels under his belt. He does obviously have a very consistent dash in, and obviously, you know, with the clone can get into ganks very quickly, but he does not have the early just flat damage on his kit that the Vi on the opposite side has, and so he's very vulnerable to counter ganks if, you know, Jose Diodo is in the area and can follow up. And so, like you said, he's going to have to do some of that early farming and get some actual stats on his character.
Exactly. That's what's going on right now. You do see Griffin actually started opposite to Jose Diodo. As Jose started top side, Griffin started bot side, and Zoan is actually doing way better than I would have expected a Scion to be doing against a Rumble right now. Those decimating smashes keep on landing. Robo keeps on losing HP, and it's HP that he's not going to recover unless he has pots with him. Or slowly with Doran's Ring. You see another trade being promoted as Ackerman keeps on shoving, keeps on pushing, trying to keep these minions under tower to make it hard for Route to farm them up. And so far, so good, because they know full well that Griffin can't interact with the bot lane right now.
Exactly, and so they're using the full extent of their pressure, and you can see now that this is giving more leeway to Jose Diodo, who's now gone into the enemy jungle and gotten some great vision down in the top side. Is this a kill for Zoan?
I think it's a kill for Zoan. That's a flash for flash. Robo bit a little bit more than what he could chew as he stood flame belching on the face of Zoan on top of the decimating smash. That could have gone sideways real fast for Robo.
Yeah, unfortunate. I'm not sure if Zoan is able to catch him without the flash, but you do trade flash for flash. That might actually end up benefiting Robo after the resets, but he needs to be a little careful going future. Underestimated Zoan, and now both top laners have spent their teleports getting back up to the top side.
Do see a little bit of presence from Jose Diodo top side. Doing the Krugs right now. The dragon is about to spawn in, but I don't think it's going to be priority off the bat. At least, unless I could be priority for Jose Diodo. If they want to start ramping up the objectives, it could definitely be an opportunity for Azurus to start getting these objectives and start getting ahead in terms of feats of warfare. Because right now, solo lanes of Azurus' side, even the weak side top lane, are winning.
Exactly, the solo laners.
At least in terms of pressure.
Yeah, exactly. They're generating pressure, and early game, you're not going to have massive gold leads unless something has gone vastly awry for one of the two sides. And so getting that pressure, it just opens up your game plan a lot more. It doesn't necessarily mean that any one outcome is assured or guaranteed, but allows you a lot more leeway in the way you want to play out. If you're generating a lot of pressure in your lanes, your jungler has a little more freedom in how he wants to route. If he wants to try and invade and set behind the other jungler, if he wants to, prioritize an objective, getting that early pressure just opens up your map.
It does. We do see Snaker bought himself into a Cole on his first back, which is going to allow him to scale a little bit harder. But then again, so that Route, this is a scaling lane back to end. They just shook hands and were like, this is our gentlemanly agreement around the bot lane. We will not attempt too many shenanigans unless Ackerman gets caught off here by Redbird. And Route is forced to intervene, leaving Ackerman substantially on the lower end here of the HP bar.
Yeah, not going to be necessarily super happy about that trade, but maybe willing to get stuck in because they know they have Jose Diodo nearby.
Ackerman has no problems taking the short end of that stick as Jose Diodo does threaten the Q on top of Redbird, but decides against it. First Blood still waiting to be claimed by either team, but we do still see Zoan not being afraid of eating the Flame Spitter right on the face as he charges the Decimating Smash on Robo.
Griffin going to go ahead and start up the dragon, and they have really good vision control. As you can see, vision all across all of the river entrances there for Loud, who are probably going to take this dragon uncontested. Jose Diodo in the top side at his Krugs. And so this is a good start to the early game for Loud. They're not generating a significant amount of pressure in their lanes, but are able to utilize what points of pressure they do have, track the enemy jungler, and to take an early objective. And an early Ocean Dragon is very, very strong.
Oh, it is. It definitely is. But I think most of the times here for this match in particular, I feel like it's Azura's who are not also trying to flex their strength too hard, and it's giving way too much room for Loud to breathe. And I fear for that Sivir because she's having a little bit too much. She's not being punished at all. We saw Vi bot lane once. She's not being punished at all. She's not being set back or anything. She's just free farming 11 CS ahead of Snaker right now. I do think that's going to be a scary Sivir come later game.
Yeah, and Sivir can be kind of difficult to punish even in the early game when she is weak. She doesn't really do any damage, but the one thing she can do is as long as she has mana, she can clear waves. So even as you shove the wave under tower and you keep your pressure up, you can see that the CS advantage is still in Root's favor. He is about 9 CS up over his opponent there. And that means, you know, he's still generating gold. He's keeping himself in the game. He doesn't need to go for any flashy plays because, like we talked about, it does scale up very, very strongly.
It does. Grub's now started by Jose Diodo right in the face of Loud. They know exactly where Izurus are, but I don't think they were in a position or even want to contest this as 4 members of Izurus close down the perimeter of the Baron Pit to get these grubs. For them, 2 are collected, meaning that the camp is officially theirs. The third one is just to add more grubs to the assault on the tower.
Exactly, and that's going to help them as they go forward. So they've traded a very classic trade, first dragon for all 3 grubs. And that could come back to be meaningfully impactful later on because Sion, yes, is so good as a hyper-scaling super omega tank with 3 billion health to help you front to back. But he's also not half bad at split pushing, and those grubs could be a bit of an asset going forward.
No, absolutely. The fact that Sion can actually clear out a full wave with just a single ability rotation is pretty impressive. Plus the fact that he already has a Bambi Cinder going into full item soon enough. Yeah, Sion pushes very, very heavily on the side lanes, and this is going to be something that's going to, on one hand, probably pull Robo out of fights, which is going to handicap Loud because without an equalizer, it's going to take away a lot of their momentum in fights. But at the same time, force Loud to actually respond to the side lanes in a team composition that I don't feel like they have the right setup to respond to.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder for them to respond to the side lanes, but regardless, they're trying to try and collapse here, and that's the power that Leza has playing the Taliyah. With both the Taliyah and the Sion, you have pretty much a guaranteed escape key. Just, it's called R. You just ultimate and get away.
Exactly. I mean, Sion has a lot of bulk behind him as well, so he doesn't mind taking a few hits here to preserve some summoners or even the ultimate for proper timing. But still, Izurus are pulling their strengths really, really well on these rotations, even though not a single kill has been fulfilled yet. Izurus are taking plates, and that's a lot of gold falling in their pockets.
Loud are still able to keep the gold close, and that's just because they're generally out farming their opposites. You see 10 CS up in the top side, about 15 CS up for the ADC, and that gold is meaningfully important. That's why you see, even though the plates have gone the way of Asura so far, the gold is still almost dead even. We are looking at a very, very even game state. Neither team wanting to make the mistake that cost them the game.
No, but it does look like Jewel is going to push out the first flash of this game after a nice hook from Ackerman. That was a guaranteed first blood there for Azura's. Had Jewel decided to not flash it out. Now, Shockwave still available. He doesn't want to fight that one no more, as the lingering presence of Ackerman is enough to set anyone shivering. And back to base.
Yeah, a good dredge line there. Jewel didn't know about Ackerman, and Ackerman kind of came out from the shadows, forces the flash out, and that's pretty, that's pretty valuable, especially with the power that just something like Flash Sombrero Shockwave can do in a team fight. And so because of that, that is going to be a tool, something that Isurus can play around moving forward, as we see more trading here in the top side. Unstoppable Flamethrower meets immovable undead Zombie Man.
Zombie Man's getting really, really scary. He's not letting the decimating smash, but he doesn't need to. The amount of damage that comes out of a half-charged Q is enough to send Robo thinking twice about how he wants to promote these trades. Now that there's magic resist as well in Zone's inventory, makes it an even tougher cookie to crack. Robo still does not have the Leandries that he needs, or the Bloodletter for that matter. Second Dragon is done and it falls in favor of Azura. That's objective number 2 to join up with the Grubs. They're one off from getting the Feat of Warfare here.
Yeah, you saw that. Loud tried to start it up. They pushed in a mid wave, but as soon as they saw how quickly Isurus cleared it out, and they saw how many members of Isurus were rotating over to the Dragon, they immediately bailed. They said, "It's fine. Even if they give feats, it is still a winnable game. Feats are not the end all be all. We do not want to go massively behind and put ourselves in a hole that we can't get out of," which is something they have done in the past. On average, at 15 minutes, Loud is down about 800 gold. And that's not the case here. We see that the gold is dead even. Just over 100 gold is the total difference between these two, or just over 200 gold now. And so the game maintaining that even game state is something that just appears to be Loud's game plan. Hey, we think we're going to be the better team fighting team late. We have, the huge ultimate in the equalizer with, on the hunt to let us engage. Let's go ahead and just not throw the game in this early stage.
No, not at all, because Route is scaling. He talked about how important of a piece Route was, and he's doing phenomenally well so far. Fully stacked Cole right now as Zoan starts to take a little bit of damage now that the Leandries is completed. There's the equalizer as well. Zoan, not a lot of places to run off to as he's left with 200 HP, and we see a dive in the top lane. There we go. Jewel is in trouble. Jose Dioto forced to flash away. Q out, actually. Now the flash comes through. Barriers fall down, or in this case, tower plates fall down, but the triple commit from Loud definitely put a scare on Isurus' side, but still no blood has been spilled on the Rift yet, Bren.
Exactly. Both sides essentially played, you saw on opposite sides of the map, were playing to kill someone at their own tower. A little bit of resources spent for both sides. That flash, perhaps, though, more meaningful than the equalizer, I would say, by a significant margin, because Vi being able to, Q flash, ultimate, shut you down, just can be a very, very difficult problem for these backliners to deal with, for people like Jewel and Root, who, outside of the ultimate for Sivir, not a lot of mobility there on that team.
No, not
and
a
so
lot. They don't need it. They go right in, right on top of Ackerman. There's nowhere left to go. He tries to flash out. In comes the ultimate pulverizer. The Scion defends his support, and the first blood actually falls in the hands of Snaker. Mark II with the double kill coming through. Herald spawns in, but it's the objective that Azores are going to take home as the scoreboard is debuted, and the fight is massive for Azurus.
Yeah, and despite the huge 2-0 fight in the mid lane, not a feat yet secured. Obviously, they are going to try and now pick up the feat of objectives. And this is what we talked about with the difference between, yes, they are both hyperscaling, but Yunara, with a little bit more versatility, comes online that little bit earlier. And while not contributing too massively to the damage in that fight, the ability for the attacks to spread to nearby targets is what ends up picking up that kill on Griffin. And that's what lets them be confident enough to go for another one. Hats off to Zoan, who saw his team in trouble and had a fantastic ultimate into a full charge decimating smash, but now he is in danger.
He is absolutely in danger. Equalizer under his tower. He eats a shockwave as well, but he's as good as new because he is stacking magic resist, and now Loud are finding themselves on the wrong side of the jungle, trying to clear out as the teleport comes in from Azurus, but they managed to clear out just in time. But still, a lot of resources to take down Zoan. Also, I just wanted to point out, you talked about how much more flexible the Yunara is compared to the Sivir. There is also about about a 16-year difference between these two champions. Or, Jesus, 16?
That's very true. Sivir, one of the oldest champions. It is really just like, I am going to right click you. Yeah, Sivir is an old champion. Having gotten the its visual rework so long ago that some people are arguing for another visual rework. So old. I want to point out to our newer players the concept of a spell shield, right? Like, which you can get through. Nocturne has one. Some items have one. Sivir's spell shield is just called spell shield.
It is.
It is the spell shield.
It is the OG spell shield, ladies and gentlemen. The first spell shield to ever hit the rift, if I'm not mistaken. But we do see the Herald being dropped down in the mid lane. First brick already dropped in the top. This is brick number 2. But they managed to eliminate the Herald before they get another charge off of it. Still, Zulu's opening up the mid lane, leads them over to the bottom side of the map where they insert a lot of vision.
Yeah, they've got a lot of vision now, and they have anyone who has their tier 2 boots has now gotten a slight upgrade to them with both 3 objectives completed and the first tower taken. Loud actually generally very good at taking the first tower, even when their early games are weak. And so this is not a good sign for this Loud team, as we might get a 5v5 here, but a really good Talia wall to start us off.
Yep, Weaver's Wall makes sure everybody stays at bay. Red team does get the dragon, meaning that Azurus have one more in their pocket, but the fight is developing still. Zoan is taking a lot of damage, especially from Rout, who is still alive. He is still kicking, and he has a lot of space to flutter his wings around. As a double kill falls on Robo, the fight is done, but Loud get 3 for nothing out of this.
3 for almost nothing. Ysurus not terribly too upset. They do pick up the dragon, but ultimately it is a good play for Loud, neutralizing any of the small gold lead that Ysurus were able to take. And here's where the real pain of that play comes in, as Loud are able to pick up 2 outer turrets, especially that mid lane turret. We talked about flexibility. I think this has been kind of a watchword this game. That outer turret there in the mid lane allows you to play much more aggressively. As we see, everyone just kind of has to sit and wait for that dragon to go down before they can commit onto Loud. And Loud is just sitting there free firing, and all of the health bars on Ysurus are too low to do anything about it.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to be done. I feel like the fact that Vile was hard stuck inside the pit, far away from the rest of the squad, really dictated the pacing of this fight, because Azurus' main goal right there was to try to clear their jungler out, but yeah, they committed a lot of resources, and Loud just Loud made it backfire tremendously, as we do see total gold actually falls in Rout's pockets. He is the richest player on the Rift right now for about 50 gold. Snaker's really, really close to him as well.
And this is what we expected, right, from both these ADCs. We said they want to scale up. They want to, just farm, get gold into their pockets. They're not super good until they're at like 400 farm and 3 items. And the route is halfway there. 199 CS in 19 or 20 minutes rather. 10 CS a minute here on this Sivir. Being able to keep up very, very nicely is an engage here on the bot side. And there's going to be some follow-up.
Oh, Robo might be in trouble. He throws down the equalizer, trying to equalize the field. He almost takes down Jose Diodo, but the damage is done. Top laner out means that Robo is going to have a little bit of a long respawn right now, as the rest of the Loud squad are doing Otacon, trying to make something happen from the death of their teammate. But it looks like Azurus are getting closer and closer, inching into the objective. Ackerman hooks in, tries to get a knockup on Jewel, but the smite comes down. Loud get Otacon, but they can't avoid the ensuing fight, as you already see 2 dropping from Loud side. Count 3 because Jewel is completely out of mana, and it's a double kill falling in the hands of Snaker.
Yunara really able to just go ham in that fight. Loud knew that they were going to secure the objective. Jose Diodo was nowhere to be found, and regardless, Ysurus wasn't really playing for that. They said, okay, you guys are going to pick up the Otacon, you're going to get a couple of flowers, you're going to get some extra stats on the board, but our plan is just to do what you did to us at the Dragon and play for the fight. And once again, it goes to the side of the aggressor. The people on the objective are stuck sitting around, finishing it. And the people that are trying to peel, Redbird is so low by the time this fight kicks off. And even with some good CC, the damage on Snaker is so high at this stage of the game. Already, this is where you see the Yunara have that leg up on the on the Sivir, because Yunara comes online a little bit earlier than Sivir does.
No, it's absolutely true. And also Azurus, we need to point out the fact that Azurus picked that fight really well, and in an objective that shreds through resistances, it makes the fight a little bit easier. So Loud, I mean, they had to respond to Robo, but they didn't expect such a fast response from Azurus. The double teleport coming in, the rest of the squad collapsing. Oof. Puts them in a very bad spot. And Azuru, they're looking at the dragon right now, and they absolutely want to take control of this bottom half of the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, you see they're going to push out that bottom lane. Obviously, the mid lane turret has already been taken, but they're going to try and establish some prio there as well. If they can take that bottom lane turret and then rotate into a dragon, this is going to be a very good spot for Asurus. And you mentioned, like you said, they were responding to Robo in the bot side, and that's why Loud was kind of caught off guard by the force with which Asurus came down upon them at the Otacon. And that's, again, we talked about this a little earlier. That's part of what makes this composition from Asurus, why I tend to favor them. They have that little extra wrinkle, these big ultimates that can be used for movement. We saw the Weaver's Wall be used in the bot side. Ooh, Robo in trouble.
Oh,
and
no,
he's going down
going
for sure.
Anywhere. Nah, he's dead. Zoan misses his ultimate, or actually Robo olays him on the ultimate, and this is once again Loud responding, or trying to respond at a loss of their teammates. This time Azurus don't have the teleports to actually make it in time for Dragon, which equalizes the score 2-2 in terms of Dragons.
Yeah, I think ultimately Asurus is kind of fine with. Oh my goodness, that's an insane commit.
On top, a route spell shield comes through. Nothing else to do here. Redbird's already in between Asurus and route, so he should be safe for this time. And that was a lot of resources from Azurus committed to take down route. They're still alive and kicking, but the tier 2 is going to fall for Azurus now.
Yeah, they buy space by getting Redbird very low. They know that he cannot re-engage here in the mid lane. And so now not only have they taken the tower, with that tower prio, they are going to look to establish vision and establish presence here in the topside jungle, getting ready for Baron to come up in just a minute.
Baron in just a minute, and it looks like, or at least for the time being, it looks like Azurus are the ones leading the charge. They are the ones that should be getting this objective if they want to contest it, but I don't think they're going to do it without a fight, because their lead feels so fragile. It feels like at any given point of a bad fight, Route can absolutely turn this around, as we do see a replay of what happened here.
Yeah, a Q, flash, and ultimate all committed, and Route presses one spell shield, please, and just negates the entire thing. But if the objective was just to push them away, get them out of the lane so we can take another tower in the mid lane, objective accomplished. And again, something I wanted to call is, when Asurus need to, they have these long-range movement ultimates on both their solo laners and the teleports on both their solo laners, meaning that they have a little bit of unmatched map movement. And so we have seen them using these ultimates to gank or make plays and force kills, and then be able to teleport across the map and make plays again, as we're going to see another fight brew here in the mid lane.
Yep, Redbird places a ward, which is going to be enough for a teleport to come in from Robo, but this is going to force Robo to just walk back as the unstoppable onslaught goes right on top. Cyclone comes through, lands on nobody. Massive shockwave from Jewel, shutting down Yunara. And what a way to close the fight. These Azurus are completely scattered around the map. Route is trying to collect a kill on Jose Diodo, while Robo closes down Zoan. And just like that, Loud are back on the driver's seat.
Now, all of a sudden, it is Loud's game. They are in the driver's seat, like you said, and they're going to use it to take Baron here. That's going to be a big gold swing. The gold having been so even, just only a 1.5, 2K gold lead for Asurus at any given time, and now that is going to be all gone. It looked like a really good play, but a massive wombo combo with Shockwave, Cyclone, and Equalizer to take care of Yunara. And that is the one thing Yunara does not have, that Sivir does, is that defensive capability. It's so much easier for Sivir to play from further away. Yunara gets stuck into the fight, and you see it ends very poorly right out here.
Wow. Yep. The Shockwave Equalizer second Cyclone combo. The mistake was that the mid laner got a little bit too close to the AD carry. The two carries here from Izurus just lined up perfectly for the combo that Loud needed to get back into the game. They swing the goal back in their favor. 1,000 lead for them. It's not a lot, but it's a nice start. Look at that graph, Bren.
Yeah, we are on an absolute roller coaster, and that's what you want to hope when you see Loud on the days. We're getting another fight. We don't have time to talk about it.
Massive Cyclone in close quarters means that everybody's on the bouncy castle. Yunara bites the bullet, but then again, so does Griffin. No smite on Loud means that they have to fully commit to this fight. And oh my, are they committing to this fight with 3 players from Azuro's down for the count. Means that Loud can look at mid lane to push down an inhibitor.
Yeah, they have the Baron buff, and with that one fight, they're going to go ahead and try and go for this inhib. There's no players on the side of Asurus that are going to be up with enough time to do anything about this. So now they've opened up the inhib. Smartly, they're not pressing to take it. They want to open up the other lanes first. This is a really smart macro decision from the side of Loud here.
Yep, they get all of that gold, and they have the tier 2 top lane as well. Super low. They can just rotate to it at any given time. But right now, the play is just back off, collect as many resources from Jose Dioto's jungle as possible, get that enhanced recall, unless they want to go for Jose Dioto. No, they called against it. But this leaves Joel completely isolated. Who is going to assist this poor mid laner? Jose Dioto gives up on the chase, finds Redbird. Still,
Jose Dioto gives up on the chase, but is willing to fight with Redbird, who is the tankiest member of Loud at the moment.
He wants to do something. I think he's frustrated that he wasn't able to follow up on that play. Loud are close to the dragon as well. This is a 3rd dragon for either team. Are they going to steal it? No. It's Jose Dioto, but the Cyclone is alive and kicking. Griffin gets tossed around like a rag doll, but his sewers are all over this map. Leza has distance, but Loud have the numbers. Loud have the damage. Loud have the tankiness. And they nearly ace Izuru, leaving only Leza to tell the tale.
It's been Robo's world. We're all just living in it. This guy is so good in the top lane. You give him this big damage carry, and he has made it count. Equalizer is the #1 tool in Rumble's kit. If you do not use it properly, Rumble is a worthless champion. But he has made them count here so far this game, AC, and I think Loud is looking to take it home right here, right now.
On the 29-minute mark, in this economy, Loud going for a clean game against the Azuros. They just needed an inch and they took a mile. And with the Nexus exposed, Loud secure game 1 on this best-of-3 series.
This is the type of game you're hoping for when you see a scrappy Loud that has been kind of beaten down a little bit. They haven't looked at their best. And I swear, they never do early on in this summer split. They never look that great, but they're never dead. They're like any WWE fans in the chat know about The Undertaker. He just gets rocked around for like 20 minutes and then boom, he sits back up.
Yeah.
And here he comes. He's coming to get you now. Because, man, they have come alive here in an absolute rock fight here in game 1.
No, absolutely. It felt like it was a big old nothing burger for the first 10 minutes of the game, or even more. I'm not even sure. Not a lot of things were happening. There was macro going around. There was a lot of farming going around. And Izuru actually took, they took the initiative in this first game. It looked like they were doing fine. It looked like Yunara was absolutely online, and she is a flexible champion. But when it came to the big bad team fights, Orianna Wukong ball delivery system combo made a lot of difference.
Yeah, and that has largely been, Loud's identity for as long as I have been watching LTA South, and before that, CB LOL. Loud, even when their macro doesn't look great, even when the game is not falling in their favor, we can hand check you. We will beat you 5v5. And if you don't do something about that, it's gonna end really, really poorly. And so that's why Loud was able to take this one home.
Yep, and let's see if they can do something else. Let's see if they can put themselves on.
Struggles, but like we talked about, Isurus did come in with a series win, but it was against Fluxo, and this was a real proving ground series. Isurus, however, has some significant motivation because if they can win this series, they keep their hopes alive of sneaking into that top 4. And so I think they need to turn it around. I'm hoping for a game 3 here. Let's see some competitive League of Legends.
Listen, I'd love to agree with you, but this is far from the split 1 Isurus that we saw. I mean, last split was a split that we all know they went for a full contrast, and now it feels like they're on the same momentum from split 2 coming into split 3. It's like their games seem good. Like the fact that they won 2 games, all good, but they're sluggish games, you know? It does feel like their games are a little bit on the slower pace. They fumble a little bit on their series. And Loud, they chose this match and they look good. I'm sorry, they look good. That's all I have to say.
Loud did look really good when they had, like we talked about, what is their identity? Is this big wombo combo, fight you as 5 kind of team? But it's fearless. They can't just pull out. Shockwave, Cyclone, and Equalizer are gone. Not even the champions that those ultimates are on. Just those ultimates. And there we see the big difference. Man, Robo in that top side was just pumping out damage with those late game equalizers.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. On one hand, I did not realize that Robo did that much damage, but on the other side, I did not realize that Leza was putting out that many numbers. I mean, Rumble is understandable. You're facing off against a meat sack. Obviously, you're going to be pumping out good amounts of damage because you're just going to be shielding him off, peeling him off, tanking it out, But Leza, 26,000 damage.
Yeah. Well, Leza has, despite the very, I would say, troubled week 1, has proven to be a bit of a pickup. Isurus looks pretty good. Obviously, with the departure of Miryu, they needed someone to fill in that position. And, Leza has not been a slouch. And I think in their wins has been one of their strongest contributors.
Absolutely. And now on the side of Griffin, I mean, Griffin was a player that was really hyped up coming into this split. We saw him last game. Yeah, he played the Wukong. I told you this last week. I'll say it again. I'm a Wukong hater through and through. I dislike the champion. I don't like seeing it be played. I feel like it drags the teams down for like 15 minutes until he gets Trinity Force. Man, it's just, I don't like him. But Griffin did a good job. He was a massive ball delivery system. He did really good, I feel like.
Yeah, no, he looked very good. Lots of, like we talked about, lots of big ultimates that set up huge team fights. That was really Loud's game plan. And so I'm wondering if they're going to do they have a second composition, cooked up, ready to go, that doesn't rely on any of those 3 huge team fight tools, but still is a big, huge team fight ultimate team? Or are they going to have to shift tacks here and maybe in that transition where Isurus can look to punish them on a different composition?
Listen, I don't know. Look, from the match history and from Loud's recent history, they are somewhat flexible. They can play front to back. They can play poke. They can play all in as well. I mean, we haven't seen Pantheon this patch, I think. It hasn't been a priority at all since he's been nerfed in 10% of his damage to jungle monsters. Is that right? Was it 10%? I feel like it went from 105 to
It was a significant portion.
It was significant, but we haven't seen that much priority on Pantheon, even though he still has the same potential to be disruptive as he's always been.
Well, now we're going to see Isurus now has decided to go on to the blue side. And when it is left open, what is a blue side priority ADC if not Varus? I mean, Varus is so flexible, right? You have the on-hit AD Varus, you have the AP Varus, you have poke lethality Varus. You can technically, though you should really never do it in a traditional draft game, technically crit Varus does exist. It is playable.
It does.
Please don't. I will show up and say mean things about you if you play it.
And there's also the flexibility that you can toss him in the mid lane. That's happened before. It's happened before, even though he's purely a bot laner these days, and the 2 builds that go for him are either on hit or full lethality. There's no in between.
If they give this Varus to Leza, I'm going to have an emotional breakdown.
Imagine that. Imagine locking in Aurora right now just to play with your emotions. Give Leza the Varus, give Zoan the Aurora, and put Brand in the jungle. Why not? Toss Brand in the jungle. Bring back, like, 2 years ago seasons. How much is that in seasons? Is that, like, 3 seasons ago?
Brand the Brand jungle was, I believe, middle of the year last year was when it really took over. But I would have to double check that.
That was probably like 2 seasons ago, something like that. But okay. We're not gonna see Brand. We're just gonna see Trundle trying to stat check whatever it is that Loud throw at him. Probably the Zin's out, considering that they already have the Lucian and the Annie. A lot of early game focus here from Loud.
Yeah, Loud, like we talked about, are they going to shift tax? They have. They're going to try and be flexible, and this is shaping up to be a very early game lane dominant, composition. And the Ambessa, I think, would just kind of enforce that, because that Ambessa doesn't. You're thinking, oh, it could be Robo in the top side, and then that's like a mid to late game team fighter. But if that's Ambessa in the jungle in the hands of Griffin, all of a sudden that becomes a level 6 I public execution you and kill your whole lane kind of composition, which you can power farm and not have to gank, because your lanes should be lane dominant with the Lucian and the Annie.
Thank you. And you bypass the problem that Ambessa has, which is lack of sustain in the early game. That is perfect. Thank you. I love that. I love that. And I love that that's an option for Griffin. They only played it once, but it's enough to instill fear into the minds of everyone that faces Loud. Right now, the Ambessa is flexible. That's all you need to know.
You do, however, pay a price when you took these 3 in the early game, and that means the Nami is gone. Lucian is going to have to rely on, again, I love saying this every week. Thank you, RandomMinionCaster. As RMC puts it, Lucian is going to have to rely on one of his other waifus, or perhaps is a husbando in Milio, is, I think, kind of the big pickup if you are a support with a Lucian that does not want to play Nami. Milio is a very strong pick, but they are leaving the support for Red 5. They're going to try and let that pick be as flexible as possible to respond to whatever Asurus decide to pick up here on 4 and 5 on the blue side.
To be fair, when you talk to me about Lucian waifus and husbandus, my mind immediately goes to Braum, because I absolutely adore the Braum-Lucian combo in the bot lane, just because you can stun people so easily with the Lucian passive. But it's not going to be an issue, because Braum is already banned by Asurus, who are now on the blue side. Yorick is locked in for Robo. I think could be for Griffin. Who knows? That man is a mystery.
I would be very surprised if this is a jungle Yorick. I feel like that is
both can go jungle.
Sorry?
Both Ambessa and Yorick can go into the jungle.
Yeah, it is a flex pick, but I don't think, with my knowledge and understanding of League of Legends, which perhaps is not as impressive as I think it is, I don't think they are going to put Yorick in. Oh my god, I don't care. Yorick, screw that guy. That is an actual pike that has been locked in on my screen. That was not like a ha-ha hover. Like we see Ackerman hovers pike every game, and perhaps to taunt him, Redbert has picked pike Lucian. This is a crazy kill lane.
That is hyper aggressive. We were talking about how Griffin in the jungle has a safe route to just reach level 6 and do whatever he wants. All he needs is the lanes to be winning. Loud has drafted themselves into a top lane that's self-sufficient with a Yorick. You can't gank a Yorick, that's just silly. And you can't really try to face him off, or he'll paddle you to death. I mean, mid lane is an Annie. You can't go up to Annie, or else she will melt you. And you have a Trundle in the jungle. Trundle can't really do anything to interact with any of these lanes. He goes bot, Lucian dashes out of his pillar, Pyke dashes out of his pillar, and the kill potential is insurmountable.
That's very true, but I don't want to completely ignore Asurus' draft. They have drafted themselves some good individual answers. Cho'Gath does very well in negating all of the pressure from Yorick, because as soon as the maiden spawns, you just immediately feast it, and not only are you now tankier, you have another stack, but Yorick is kind of useless for like the next 2 minutes.
It's fine. It's fine. So long as he can get to odd. So long as he can get those graves going and paddle people down, dig them up, toss them back down, it's going to be good. He needs a little bit. You're right. He does need a little bit of space, especially in the earlier levels. But I do feel like he's in a good position. You know? Trundle might be a problem, but...
It's going to matter quite a bit, honestly, how these lanes themselves play out. Because, yes, it is one thing to draft yourself that lane advantage. But with some of the options that Isturus have, if that lane advantage doesn't translate into a gold advantage, it could get pretty dicey later on in the game. As you know, everyone on a Suru starts to come online and you start to fall off yourself. You definitely are going to need a little bit of that snowball as we pull here onto the Rift. Where it like I said, it could be. I think we're going to get some variance this game. Variance is the word I'm going to go with. It could either be Loud is done with this game in 25 minutes. And it's just the easiest GG go next we've ever seen. FF15, it's all over for you, Asurus. Or it could be an Asurus sweep the other direction, or this game could go to 50 minutes. I genuinely have no way to predict how this one is going to end.
And we can try to predict all we want. Fact is, we can come into the Summoner's Rift, everybody goes on a 5v5, and everything goes down the drain. But ladies and gentlemen, game 2 as we hit to the Summoner's Rift with Asurus on the blue side, Loud, who conquered the game on the first, wow. They conquered game 1, they come into red side on game 2, but we're going to see how this goes as we take a look at the runes, and we revert to a few seasons back where supports hadn't yet figured out that Unsealed Spellbook was the go-to. Ackerman actually bringing out the Guardian just to try to keep Snaker a little bit safer against that kill lane pressure of Rout and Redbirds.
Yeah, and now not only do they have that kill pressure in the bot lane, but it could be amplified by the fact that if you're picking the Bard, you kind of just want to leave, right? You want the value of Bard. For those of you that play with Bard, you know, like, I don't see why Bard is a popular champion. I don't get why he's consistently picked in pro play, why people seem to like him.
Fun.
Every time I see him, he does no damage and heals no healing. What does he do? He has movement speed. That's the numerical advantage he has. He's very fast. And he gets across the map exceptionally quickly. And that means he can kind of be anywhere on the map to set his team just slightly ahead. Get a little bit of pressure. Do a little bit of work.
Yeah.
That's very
He's
valuable.
fast. He navigates through walls. And he cheats out stuns. Have you seen how cheaty that can get? We do see Zoan out of level 2 getting a little bit of a beating from the ghoulies, who are actually pandas, as we see a level 2 in the bot lane. The Ignite goes off. There's going to be first blood to flash in. And Rout secures 300 gold straight into his pocket.
This is what you wanted to see. If you are a Loud fan, if you want blood, you see the Lucian in the bot lane.
Get me out of here. Robo just flashing. He saw the feast coming his way, but he reminded himself, wait, no, I'm not level 6 yet. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, for sure. A later game Cho'Gath that is a GG. Thank you for the stack. Yummy kind of play. Fortunately, you're only like level 3 right now. So not much to happen. As we're going to get a replay of what happens here in the bot side, and this is what you want. The hook lands a perfectly spaced stun. You're not in tower range. And you flash out of the way to avoid getting stunned by the Bard Q. Just a really well-executed play. And we're almost in the exact opposite of last game. If you watched last game and said, I cannot believe there were no kills in the first 12 minutes. This is so boring.
Okay.
We're getting action today.
Absolute carnage here for Loud as they're putting the pedal to the metal. What is Nitty Carry doing up here? He's transitioning up the top side, going for a dive, but there's no flashback on Rout. So we will not commit the dive, but they're going to leave that for Redbird. In goes the spike. He flashes, predicts the flash, gets him through. And they get the feats of war just 3 minutes and 50 seconds in.
A bloodbath. We're witnessing a massacre here. Loud realized they heard what we said. They said, okay, no, we have an early game composition. The one thing you can't do with an early game composition is nothing. If you want to draft early, make your plays early, and they're going for it. They're in the 2-on-1. They're going to try for another kill here.
Zoan teleports back up top straight into the mouths of the wolves. Redbird and Route are expecting him. He's pretty much ready to go back already.
Loud are, I think this is kind of a bit of a statement, a bit of a personal a creed, a bit of a rallying cry for their fans who said we haven't won a series, we have not looked great. We have had moments where, you know, Griffin has been very exciting to watch. Loud as a team has had some good games. When they're ahead, they do win. But we have not yet won a series. We need something to believe in. And this is a Loud team you can believe in. These guys are just going for it. Here we go.
Les already getting himself down to the safety of his support. Ackerman is right around the corner, but I do feel like Loud, their sixth sense is tingling, and they feel like there's someone afoot. Ackerman recalls complete. Now Les is left alone to his own devices. Redbird decides to put pressure on other sides of the map, setting up for the dragon. That's going to be indubitably on Loud's side for the time being. Full pressure on the red side.
Look at that. Redbird, because of his kill participation, has more gold than one of Isuru's solo laners. Has more gold than both bot laners and the top laner. That is wild. But it's what you want to see as an early game Pyke. You're not even to your ultimate yet. Think about how much that kill pressure goes up, how much that threat goes up once you have this execute just in your back pocket at any time. Loud are already up 1.5k or I think 1.3k, my apologies, gold here. And that's what you want to see. Like I said, this is an early game comp. You cannot do nothing with it. And they are very smartly just piling on as much as they can. Where they have taken their advantages, they have slowed down a little bit now. But that just because they're not getting kills doesn't mean they're doing nothing. They are constantly pushing in these waves, and they are daring Isurus to do anything about it.
Exactly. Right now, Loud's game plan is, okay, if we can't catch them off guard, if we can't collect these kills, heck, we'll just perma-push them and take the plates. That's why we have a Yorick. And right now, that Yorick has reached level 6, and he's avoiding the Cho'Gath so his maiden doesn't get feast. In comes Redbird. Back comes Snaker straight into the pit of Robo, where he's going to be playing with the maiden. Jose Diodo comes up top, though. They collect the kill. It's a 1-for-1. Robo is happy about this trade.
Yeah, Robo watched them commit so many members onto the side. And
public execution coming from out of town. Griffin doesn't seal the deal, and Ackerman has to flash and heal to safety.
What I was going to say before I was so rudely interrupted by Griffin being an absolute G is that you're fine to take that trade. You saw how much they just had to commit onto the top side, and you're able to trade 1-for-1. That's perfectly fine. You're able to get that kill onto the Yorick, who's going to be more than happy to late game, even if he is set behind, just go off and knock you with his team as long as his team is ahead. And they almost got another one, forcing out 2 very useful summoner spells from the support.
Yep. I mean, Bard is always going to be slippery as is, but this early on, I mean, he's easier to catch, and Loud are absolutely abusing that fact. Jewel is just playing it safe for the time being. Tibbers is already on cooldown as well, but Leza doesn't have a lot to go through as he is, I mean, every 4 spells is a guaranteed stun, but Leza is being bullied under his tower.
Leza has had some moments where he's been able to trade back some damage to Jewel, but overall, he has to just be so careful because we've seen the observers, and thank you for this, BR observers. Ackerman, we don't have to talk about it. We have seen them toggle the vision for Leza a lot of times here in this mid lane because Leza just has no way of knowing if Redbird is just waiting nearby in a brush or like even in his lane camouflaged coming to get him. He never knows. And especially when he is this low and Redbird is so close to level 6, it is a very dangerous game to try and harass. Even if the Annie can't kill you, Pyke certainly can.
I think you get a prompt. Yeah, you get a prompt when, ooh, that's another stun of the tower. Public execution in between the tier 1 and tier 2 in the mid lane. Griffin gets a clean kill and walks away with the Izuru. They're not doing anything to stop Loud, and they can't.
So what I believe you're going to ask is, don't you get prompted when Pyke is next to you? And that is true. He's not invisible. He's only camouflaged. But that camouflage range is just ever so slightly shorter than his hook range. And so if he gets
I mean that
close
you get a
enough
little
to
circle around you with an audio cue when he's too close to you, or when he's close.
when he is close, that is true. But you don't know if he's just coming through his lane, transferring somewhere else, if he's going to look for the play. And when you are, kind of consistently knocked low, you just have to play careful. You saw Leza was just sitting under the tower because he has no way of knowing if Pyke is coming for him or just going to do something else.
I like that Jewel doesn't even care about using Tibbers for a prime moment. He just uses it to bully Leza under his tower because the cooldown is already low enough on the Tibbers.
Exactly, that's what you should be doing. We are getting in a dive of all-time 4 members in the bot side.
Are we diving at Cho'Gath? We are absolutely diving at Cho'Gath and giving the kill free to Route as we now collect plate after plate in this bot lane. Loud look as good as they've ever been. What an incredible magical journey there from Ackerman, trying to get the team closer. Jewel might be in trouble. No longer does he have a flash. Pillar is going to stun him in place, and the kill falls in the hands of Jose Diodo.
He might have been able to unironically pick up the kill there if he still had Tibbers. But if he still had Tibbers, Leza wouldn't have been so low in the first place. Unfortunately, when you commit all of that effort into the bot side, they know, hey, this immobile mage is a little all alone. But Jose Diodo overstaying his welcome.
Nah, he went over to the jungle to try to get something out of it. He even tried to subjugate Redbird. But all this jungle belonged to Loud.
Loud are having a field day in the early game. The gold lead has not gone up that much, but 7 kills is nothing to sneeze at. As anyone with those red runes trying to stack up on the kills, the hunter runes that are very, very powerful. Ultimate Hunter is very obviously in Redbird's kit. It's going to matter quite a bit as they move forward. And Loud are just showing that they are, all in all, not afraid of Isurus. They are confident right now. And that is such a big thing. When you are playing at the professional level, even your worst teams can take a game or even a series off of your best teams. We saw it in Split 2 when Fluxo just randomly dominated Furia on the day. Sometimes it just happens, right?
That's the thing.
And when you're playing with confidence, it matters so much.
It does, and Loud are so confident right now. All the objectives are theirs. Dragons, Herald, or not Herald, but the Grubs, and now the second dragon as well falling in the hands of Loud. No tower has been conceded, but with this dragon, Loud get the upgraded boots.
Yeah, and now they have the upgraded boots, and they're maneuvering. We might see another fight in this bot lane. Leza alone under tower, but buying time, a great Bard ultimate to buy time.
Yeah, but not enough. I mean, as soon as he comes out of stasis, he immediately gets taken down. Tower at a plate and a quarter as Jose Diodo and Ackerman struggle to clear out the waves from Loud, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, Ackerman maybe kicking himself a little bit because while the Bard ultimate did buy time for the team to rally up and try and get there, it also caught the tower, which if it had just caught Leza and not the tower, the tower could have at least cleared out some of the minions, maybe made the ensuing fight cause some tower shots to go on to the side of Loud, but Loud just know how much burst damage they have, and they are not concerned at all about that play. They get what they want, and they immediately Delta out of there to go off and just punish the rest of the map. It's hard to find new ways to say Loud is kicking Isurus' teeth in right now, and Isurus has to find something to do. They are reeling right now.
Well, I mean, Redbird about to reel the Cho'Gath in, pulled back, stunned down, double stun coming in from Jewel as well as the auto attacks come through. Bob and weave, the rupture, pulled back once again. Zoan's getting bullied. Who is going to take the kill? Death from below is available, but it's a free kill for Jewel here.
Yeah, no need to use the death from below. Going to probably save it for the upcoming Herald fight to threaten some executions. Should Isurus think they can get cheeky, should Isurus think they have a place in the jungle and try and go for anything on this map, Loud are just I don't want
Loud.
to keep using the word
Loud or
confident, but
loud?
they're playing with reckless abandon. They don't care where you are on the map. They're coming for you. They're going to kill you. And then once you are dead, now we can go do, whatever it is we felt like doing.
And it makes perfect sense because they are aware that their team is playing on a timer. They know that they don't scale as hard. And Lucian, man, Lucian's the Elise of AD carries. He's a champion that really falls off once you get to a certain game state. Once the enemy champions start to get items, Lucian really falls back, mainly due to his lack of an inherent lack of range on his kit.
That is true. He does tend to fall off, but if you're able to just continuously snowball and force yourself to just do damage, even if your range is low.
Snaker. The desperation to try to get a
does
kill.
not catch him.
Not at all.
AC, that's a big cooldown. That's about a matter right now.
Yep, and there we go. Griffin tries to get a Snaker on the board. Ackerman also spotted, so is Jose Diodo, but they're completely split apart. Piercing Arrow goes through, but then, oh, wow, that was a death from below really, really early on. Nobody died from that one, but the Timbers comes down, and Jose Diodo gets Tempered Fate right in the nick of time. The calling comes through. One more auto, and Route is unstoppable on the Lucian.
I wonder if perhaps one of two things happened there. Redbert was either expecting the Tibbers to come out and he was going to just set up a quick instant kill, or honestly, he might have been using the death from below just for the movement to get on, to teleport on top of the side of a Subarus and get in their face and cause problems. Whatever the case, it ends up working out. Loud take another kill. They take another objective. They take another tower. They're up 5k gold. We're going to get to rewatch this mid lane fight. And I wonder what happens here. Why does he just drop this death from below?
He drops it to get closer and so we can get a better angle at the stun. I mean, when the initial public execution failed, it didn't really matter because Loud are just so far ahead. It's just a matter of actually getting the cooldowns because Azurus, they don't know how to navigate these fights at all.
He had the Phantom Undertow going and ulted to the backline so that Phantom Undertow would then drag through a member to get the stun. That's a really heads-up play, and even though you don't get the reset, a clever way to use the mechanics on Pyke's ultimate, and it ends up working out for the better as Loud, like we talked about, picked up more space, another kill, another objective, another tower. I said this game could go any possible way, but the first thing I mentioned is that we could be done in 25 minutes with a real duster from Loud, and that might be the case. It's on the path.
It is. Redbert now getting caught off, but is he really ever caught off when you're playing a Pyke? You know what concerns me, though, is that this team comp really does struggle past a certain mark in time because there is a lot of scaling. There are pretty big tanks on Azurus' side. So Loud need to be steady and fast in the way that they pace this game because they definitely will run out of time. Right now, with 3 dragons in their pockets at 17 minutes, it does seem like they are on time to make a clean game at the 25-minute mark like you predict. I believe you.
Yeah, you have the read 100% correct there, AC, that if they let this game get too long, a lot of their picks do struggle later. Like you talked about, Annie and Lucian are both very low range for their respective classes. Yeah. Annie actually, weirdly enough, has like the second highest auto attack range in the game. Annie's not auto attacking very much, is she? Low range as a mage. Lucian has low range as an ADC. Pyke is a mega glass. I wouldn't even call him a glass cannon because he doesn't even do damage. He's just kind of glass later in the game. And so their late game comes down to Griffin in team fights and Robo on split pushes. And so they do not want to let it get to that, 30, 35 minute mark.
Yeah, they want to keep these players isolated. They want to catch these Urus one by one to promote these fights. But so far, their game plan is working. They're managing to find picks every which way they want. Redbird right around the corner, ready to pull Jose Diodo right under the tower. It doesn't matter if it's Zoa, it doesn't matter if it's Jose Diodo. They can melt anyone at this point in time still.
Now they're just setting up. We see the bot. Go ahead.
I was seeing Robo and I was like, do you want to take tier 2, please? No, he doesn't want to. He's just going to leave the tower hanging for a little bit. to go for another split push later on, because that's the power of Yorick if you leave him on the side lane alone.
Yeah, he's just going to leave it sitting there, and Loud are up 6.3k gold. That is a massive, massive gold lead at 20 minutes. It's just kind of insane. 2k of that is actually in the mid lane on Jewel over Leza, who is unfortunately 0-3. Again, the solo laners of Isurus kind of struggling this game, but really all of Isurus is struggling this game. And Loud just waiting patiently. The next major objective to come out is going to be Otacon in 20 seconds, but they're grouped up around this mid lane because that outer mid lane turret, probably the most valuable turret on the map, at least, you know, until you are literally in the opponent's base hitting the Nexus.
Well, what better way to take down a turret when you have the Herald? And it goes, crash. Oh no, it crashes into the pillar. Well played by Jose Diodo, but it's too little. I mean, they still get the tower and then a boost off of the Herald. Let's see if they can pull that one off again. Look at the bot lane. Zoan is trapped inside the circle. Might be in trouble as the damage is taking off in percents here. As Robo strikes Zoan down. He's probably going to have to abandon that tower as well. Will he spend his feast on Maiden is the question. Upsies?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to do it. Yep, there he goes. Feast on the Maiden. Like we talked about, that is the reason you pick Cho'Gath in this matchup, is to just chomp that Maiden.
Make sure that, because like Yorick is half a champion without the Maiden, and Zoan knows this, so he does leave Feast to consume the Maiden and facilitate the side splitting with Robo here.
Exactly. Now we have
500. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. It is just a massive gold lead everywhere on the map. The only champion that is even kind of close to Loud is Jose Diodo's Trundle, who has picked up 2 kills and is keeping the gold lead close individually there. But he is behind when you consider the actual carries of Loud. And so because of this just massive wallet diff, Loud feel comfortable. They're going to start up the Otacon pretty quick here. But with the vision of Isurus,
yeah, they're gonna run away from the Otacon at this point because they can't kill it fast enough. Redbird does find Jose Diodo. Doesn't pull it in. They're not in a position for a pick here. But we are getting to that point in time where Yasuru are getting slightly larger than they'd appreciate them to be. But it is also the same time where Griffin starts to become a little bit silly on the Ambessa.
yeah, that sustain is very, very strong. And if you can see, the only member at the moment that has anything to counter that sustain, that has picked up any form of grievous wounds, is Zoan in the top side with the Bramble Vest. There's not even an Ignite on the rest of the team to perhaps drop on to that Ambessa as she goes kind of ham in these team fights.
On the opposite side, though, you do see that there are also grievous wounds on Loud's hands in the form of Execution's Calling on route. We do see Izuru going for the Otacon. Teleport coming in. Loud know that Izuru have vision on the objective, but they couldn't care less about it. They don't even want to collapse on it. They want to take the tier 2s. Mid is under threat, bot lane is under threat, and they're not only going for the tier 2s, they're going for the inhibitor, SuperBren.
Yeah, Isurus is taking their time. They're going to go ahead and try and get Otacon finally picking up a neutral objective. It'll be the first one for their team. They are able to feast it. And the Bardal going to try and delay this tower take, but it will go down regardless. And now there are 2 open inhibitors on the side of Isurus. And that soul is going over to Griffin, who is soloing the dragon. So even though Isurus was finally able to find something, it comes at a heavy cost because the Otacon, decent amount of stats they're in, but Loud, even after the map-wide collection of flowers that Otacon gives, Loud still has more petals. And so Isurus is only marginally ahead now in terms of the petal power, and Loud was able to pick up a soul and 2 towers, and now they're up 8k gold, AC. 8k!
If this isn't proof of how far behind Isurus were from the get-go, doubling their flower score only leaves them at 24, meaning they only have 12 flowers to begin with. That is how little pressure Isurus have been having so far in this game. Zoan gets dragged in here with the push from Redbird, but they're not in a position to really fight that big old Cho'Gath. And I feel like they just want to allow Robo to exist in a side lane to force someone to contest him.
Yeah, they're not looking to start unnecessary fights. Like you talked about, they're looking for picks, and that's hard to do onto a Cho'Gath. Even if he's behind, he is just a big ball of stats, but they might not get a choice here, caught in a bit of this choke point. But
Nobody's
that means
responding to Robo?
exactly.
Hello?
They're getting exactly what they want. No one's responding to Robo AC.
Someone has to respond to Robo. They dedicate Zoan to at least clear the wave as Robo joins up in the mid lane. This is a Yorick special.
It's what you want out of a pick like that. You're very rarely going to win the game solely off of split pushing, but if you can use the pressure generated from split pushing to look for a good 5v5 team fight or a solid pick play across the map, it does give you so much, just kind of situational freedom to your composition, because now, okay, they either have to respond, they have to do something about Robo, or they have to fight for this team fight. And either way, they're losing ground on the map. Meanwhile, all Loud is doing is waiting for Baron to spawn.
Yep, and look how far they have forced Isurus to dig in on their base. They can't even leave. They pretty much can't leave the perimeter of their base without a tier 2 mid, without a tier 2 bot. Tier 2 top is still up, but pushing top lane, that's going to be a predictable push, and Loud are waiting for them. Zoran is on the front line, so is Jose Diodo. Baron is down to 8k. They should be able to stop it in the meantime and force the fights out of Isurus. Griffin is still in the pit, hasn't stopped the Baron just yet, not allowing it to reset. Will the feast be going to the Maiden? Will the feast be going to the Baron? Let's see what Zoan decides, because it is absolutely available. In comes the calling, but also Ackerman tries to keep the fight alive. Tempered Fate does stun Jewel, but nothing else comes out of this. Big Tibbers. Zoan is stunned. Nothing else coming out, as the rest of the squad from Loud don't want to overcommit resources in this fight.
Yeah, we had maybe the possibilities of a fight brewing, but you see Zoan just slowly pinged down over time. The fight might still be going. Loud realized, hey, Zoan has the back. We can re-aggress onto this if we want. And so, again, Loud just holding position here at this Baron.
Yep, no Tibbers, though. That means no surprise stun there from Jewel for the time being. Jose Diodo does back them off, though. They understand that they're losing way too much time, and time is of the essence on Loud's composition. They're not able to pick the fights that they used to be able to, like 10 minutes ago.
You're exactly correct. We've slid past that 25-minute mark. We're approaching 27 minutes now. And so if they cannot get the Baron play, the next place where Isurus will just have to fight. Someone will have to make something happen. And that is at the Elder. But Isurus might be looking for the Baron here with Robo across the map. We might get to see a 4v4 here.
Unless... I mean, Robo is still pushing bot lane, and I don't feel like Leza is in a position to really face him off. Baron is being done, no vision available from Isurus. They're still lingering around their own jungle. But the fact is, Loud have vision everywhere on that top side of the map. Griffin interrupts the Baron play to go join his team in a fight. Zoan gets caught off, takes the magical journey out into the Wolf Pit, joins up with the rest of the squad to try to get it out of there. Public execution on Zoan. Is this the right target? We'll have to wait and see. Flash out from Zoan. Griffin is fine, but the squad fully disengages. Loud try to go for another play on Baron. Robo's having the time of his life, taking down the mid inhibitor. No!
Maiden couldn't get one more tick on that inhibitor. That is going to matter here just a little bit, because
still bot.
Yeah, he's still going to have the chance to open it up, but that means essentially that is probably one wave at minimum, 2 waves perhaps now that it is still up, where there aren't currently super minions spawning, which would buy some more time. But Robo's just going to single-handedly solo bolo Zoan, and now Loud is going to try and look for the fight because they know that their top laner can back them up.
Their top laner is gone, and Robo gets a solo double kill. Do not get in the way of a man and his split push when he's taking home the game. Jewel clears out the Bard from inside the jungle of Isurus. Blastcone splits everyone away, but Robo is 1v9ing this match as the Nexus is exposed, courtesy of a top lane Yorick absolutely splitting the game in half.
I gotta say, I said something earlier that I guess
gone.
Robo just felt the need to prove wrong, which is that split push is rarely ever winning the game on its own. It creates a massive pressure vacuum. It changes the way the map has to be played, and it is very advantageous, but it usually almost always comes down to some asymmetric team fight around a major objective that you win the team fight really hard, and then you push in and win the game as 5 players. Very rarely do you ever see a situation like this where he just keeps split pushing, and then he just kept split pushing, and then he didn't stop split pushing.
They played it so well. You get the pick on the Cho'Gath. The main issue that Loud were facing was a way to take down the Cho'Gath, a way to melt down his health bar. Slowly but surely, they found it. And once they found it, I mean, they just ran out of frontline. The Azores had nothing to back them up and to soak up the incoming damage because there was a lot of it coming out from Loud.
Yeah, and there was not enough ability to stop Robo from just healing up. He just walks up, Qs, gets all his health back. There's not enough damage traded back from the Cho'Gath, and he's essentially, it's an isolated 1v2 in a sense, but really it was just 2 1v1s back to back, and Robo was more than happy to run the hands on that Yorick pick. He was so confident there as a duelist, essentially, in the base, and once he had the Nexus all to himself, the rest of the Azures said, we don't need an objective. We don't need Baron. We don't need Elder. We just need to stop your team from backing. Exactly. And then guess what? You know who wins 1v2 against towers? Yorick wins 1v2 against towers.
Against towers and against 2 enemy champions, my goodness, Robo had a game, but Redbird on the pike, that was the pick of the week for me, honestly. I don't even care what's coming tomorrow. That was the pick.
Yeah, and I feel like it has to be a little personal, right? Because Ackerman hovers Pike every game. Go watch the VODs. Yeah, there's Ackerman on Pike just hovering it. Not actually picking it, but he just hovers it every single game. And then Redbird said, you are a scared little boy. I am locking in this pick, and I'm going to show you how a man plays it. An experienced support comes through, and just domination from Loud today.
And now the question is, what does this mean for the table? Because this was a clean 2-0 victory for Loud. Like I said, we saw that Loud had glimmers of brilliance in their individual series, but they could never close 2 games in a row. They could never close 2 games in a best of 3. They always stole a game, but it always felt like they were falling short. This time it was super clean. Can this mean that Loud still can contest the top 4 spots?
As far as I understand it, I believe Loud is still locked out of the top 4, and now they have proven that Isurus is also locked out of the top 4. But that does not mean that it's worth nothing, because as you talked about, the pick and play series so far has been the lower seeds have picked who they want to play. But once we get into the elimination round, it actually flips around, and the higher seeds get to pick who they want to play. So that every little bit of seeding counts. If you are able to get, a couple of ranks up and then you eliminate the people above you, now you get to pick who you play next.
Yep. And look at that. The highlights of the series, Redbird on his Alistar, but especially Redbird on the Pike. The man had the manners, the means to actually get it rolling. They had the composition. They wanted to get the ball rolling as fast as they could, kicking it off. They started losing a little bit of steam, but it didn't matter. They still had all of the momentum from the early.
Yeah, and just a really good showing from Redbird, who I feel like this image kind of encapsulates who Redbird is as a support. I think Root said it, that sometimes he is my best friend, and sometimes he is an absolute B word. And sometimes he is I'm Redbird, and sometimes he is my hands are tied behind my back and I am Redbird. But today it was definitely a flex on him kind of game, and he looked really, really solid. And AC, that's all she wrote for the day.
Yep, that's all she wrote for the day, and what a way to close this out. Obviously, we want to thank everybody out at home for keeping us company throughout these 2 best of 3 series. We really appreciate you guys. And of course, I want to thank everybody behind the camera, especially Rev, for jumping in last minute. What a machine, what a tank, and obviously you, SuperBren, for enduring me on the broadcast.
No, AC, it was wonderful today.
It was. It absolutely was. It was a wonderful set of games. So everybody, from myself, from SuperBren and Rev behind the cameras, we appreciate you guys watching. We hope to see you tomorrow, same time. You don't want to miss it. So have great games. Good night.